Okay, this meeting is being broadcast over to the Chairman of the Planning Committee, Councillor Richard Dallin.
Thank you very much and very good afternoon to you. This is the December meeting of the South Northamptonshire Council Planning Committee. We start, as is customary, with apologies for absence and appointment of substitutes. Our Democratic Services Officer, Leslie Farrell, over to you.
We don't have any apologies this afternoon, Chairman. We do have, well, just one apology that Councillor Cooper may be a little late as she had an emergency at home, but she will be joining us later.
Thank you very much indeed. Item 2 is declarations of interest. This is where members are asked to declare any interest in the nature of their interest which they may have in any of the items under consideration. Councillor Hollowell.
My usual declaration as a member of the Committee of the Northamptonshire Archaeological Society concerning all matters to do with archaeology. Thank you.
I'm grateful. Thank you very much. And in the absence of any other declarations, we'll move on to item 3, if we may, which is the minutes. We held a meeting of this committee on the 29th of October 2020. I trust you've had a chance to look through the minutes. Are there any comments that you wish to raise at this point? Councillor Paul Wiltshire, I saw your hand just first. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Could just draw attention to item 21, which is on page 66, as far as I can see, of the minutes. It refers to an application for 3 residential dwellings in land off Northampton Road, Blisworth. There's a court application for 30 dwellings.
Thank you. That will be corrected. Thank you very much. I saw another hand. Councillor Hollowell, please.
Sorry, could I just go back to the last one? I didn't get which minute it was. Which application was that, please, Councillor Wiltshire?
2020-0223.
And it was 3, not the, or 30, not 3.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hollowell.
Thank you, Chairman. At the last meeting, I did make a declaration or a statement regarding one of the items. And I gave notice that I would not be taking part in that debate and gave my reasons why, but there is no mention of it in the minutes.
We can add that to the minutes, Councillor Hollowell. Which application was this, please?
It was not the application was can't remember the number, but it was a Middleton Cheney application.
I'll get that amended.
Thank you.
Chairman.
That's fine. Thank you very much indeed. Now, in the absence of any further comments, is it your wish that I sign the minutes as an amended and correct record, please?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much indeed. And as has been customary, I will at some point do this. Obviously, with the current circumstances, I can't physically sign it at the moment, but the minutes will be signed. They will be recorded as a correct record. Item 4 is Chairman's announcements. Just to reiterate that as we are once again in a virtual meeting, I'll ask that you mute your microphones on your screen unless you're asked to speak or are speaking. And make sure that your phones, if they're beside you, are also muted. Item 5, proposed pre-committee site visits. Because of the COVID conditions, we are still unable to have any of these. Were circumstances to change, of course, we would introduce those as appropriate. So we move now to our list of planning applications. We have quite a few this afternoon. We go first of all to item 6, which we will link with item 7. Now, this is the 152-154 Watling Street East Toaster, and I'll call upon the case officer, Maria Philpott, to talk us through this, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll just start off by sharing my screen with you. Can you see that okay?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, great. So the application site here is for 152 and 154 Watling Street in Toaster, which you can see with the red line around on the plan before you there. Number 154 is the building to the north of the site, and with 152 to the south. 154 is the one that is a grade 2 listed building. The site is within the Towster Conservation Area, which you can see on the constraints plan here, which is shaded in the pinky colour here. There is a courtyard to the rear of the site, but there isn't any rear access into the rear of the site. The site is surrounded by mixed uses, so you can see that the car park, the short stay car park on Northampton Road is to the rear, and the Masonic Hall is this building also to the rear. There are 2 residential properties immediately either side of the site, which I'll show you in some photographs shortly. And then to the front of the site, obviously the site fronts Watling Street, very close to the crossroads in Towster, and so is surrounded by other mixed uses. The building has been vacant, it's understood, since about 2018, having previously been used as a club with associated offices, function space and 4-bedroom apartments. I'll just run you through some photographs. So this is the front of the site from Watling Street. So the 2-storey building, the one with higher pitched roof here with the 2 chimneys, is the listed building. And the other section of building here with the gable to the window here, this is non-listed building part of the site. This is the building to the rear. So again, largely that view there is the rear of the listed building, with the non-listed building off to the left-hand side there. And you can see there's a few sort of additions that have been added latterly. This is another view looking into the site. So this is looking towards the Hall building, which is a linear sort of Victorian element of the site that projects into the rear. And then this is that extended further. So we're now starting to turn around the site looking towards where the car park is. This is a view of the site from the car park. So you can see the listed building with the 2 dormer windows there, and then the long red brick building is the Hall building here. And when I show you the proposed plans, this area at the end on the gable, which you can see where the flat roof is, there is a proposal just to extend the building there, but in all other respects, the proposal is a conversion of the existing buildings. You can also see that there is a sort of timber framed building with shallow pitch roof extending from it. That building will be demolished as part of the proposals. This is just a further out view from the car park, so you can see it a little bit more in context. And then this is just back into the site, but this is looking towards one of the neighbours. This is the one to the north. So this is looking at the side of number 156 Watling Street, which also is within the courtyard, is number 158, which is the white building there. And this is a view from within that site. So you can just see 156 here. All their windows face away from the application site, so there aren't any looking into the site. There's just this wall here. And then this is looking from number 150 Watling Street on the southern side of the site. So you can see the red brick hall section of the site borders onto their boundary there. And then this is actually the sort of corridor passage between number 150 and 152 Watling Street, which when I show you on the plans, you'll see is going to be opened up to just provide a little bit of outdoor space for each of the flats proposed. So these are just some just larger, wider shots, obviously, of the site in context right by the crossroads. You can see the 2 buildings here. And this is one from on Northampton Road side. So looking across, you can just see the red brick section of the hall there just by the trees. And then just showing you a few photos inside the building, bearing in mind the application is also for listed building consent. So this is for, this is the ground floor of the listed building, just showing you towards the windows and doorways that are currently blocked up. The sash windows are to be retained. You can see the existing shutters are there. There's another doorway there. It's proposed to stay as it is. And then the this is the first floor, so you can see bathroom area. There are some proposed changes here to partition walls. And this is one of the rooms upstairs, and this is the other room. And then this is the second floor in the roof and the eaves. You can just see the dormer window there, one of the dormer windows there. So I'll just talk you through the proposed plans first of all, and then the elevations. So the proposal is for the conversion of the building into 15 one-bedroom apartments. 5 of these will be located on the 2-storey section of the buildings fronting Watling Street. So 2 on either side in each of the listed and non-listed building, with the 5th one to be accommodated on the 2nd floor of the listed building. And then 10 apartments will be accommodated on the ground and then 1st floor of the rear linear building projecting out towards the car park. And you can see on this plan here the area that I was talking about with regards to in between number 150 and 152, the small area of outdoor space. Obviously, it's only an extra. It's not intended to be a significant amount of outdoor space, because there will be in the courtyard this communal area of outdoor space, which we have put a condition on that we will want to see details of how that's to be landscaped. But that area there will include the cycle storage and the bin storage. One of the flats here, flat 1, you can see will have its own a bit of extra private outdoor space as well, but again, it's only a small area. And then the 1st floor is largely a duplication of the ground floor, with some alterations to some doorway entrances into flat 1 with regards to the listed building. A staircase is proposed to be taken out at the rear to accommodate the flat on the 1st floor. And then on the 2nd floor, this is the flat in the top of the listed building, and the extra dormer window you can see that's proposed to be added there. And then, so looking at the elevations, you can see that largely with regards to listed building and the non-listed building fronting Watling Street, the fenestration and detailing will remain largely as it is at the moment. It is proposed to insert a new doorway in between the 2, which will provide access into the flats. And the recess that is currently there, which you can see from the photographs, will be move to the front, so provide a flush frontage to Watling Street, which will improve that relationship there to the road. To the rear, you can see the dormer window proposed and some minor alterations to the fenestration, which is to connect the development, the main building, with the rear linear section, and in particular the walkway, which you can see on the bottom elevation there, providing the walkway to the 1st floor flats on that rear projection. The windows, there's obviously new windows to be inserted all along, and doorways. On the side that fronts the neighbour to number 152, all of the windows have been amended so that they are obscure glazed or high level or with roof lights, so that they don't provide any overlooking to the resident there, because you will have seen from the photograph that it's quite a close relationship otherwise, but there won't be any impact on privacy there, because the plans have been amended to address that point. So I think that explains all the proposals to you. Obviously, officers are aware that one of the main issues relating to this application is the lack of car parking. However, it's considered to be a policy compliance scheme. There's no specific requirement in the council's policies for car parking to be provided. Informal on-street parking can be acceptable, providing it will not impact on highway safety or traffic flow. And this approach is reinforced in the NPPF. The site is in a sustainable location and will encourage the use of other modes of transport in accordance with the objectives in the NPPF. With regards to written updates, these have been circulated to members, and I don't have anything further to add to those in terms of verbal updates. Both applications are recommended for approval, therefore, for the reasons set out in the reports. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. If you could come back to you lose that screen so that we can see everybody again, please. Thank you, I'm grateful. We have a chance for questions now. I will just ask one. Which particular policy are you referring to when you say that it's policy compliant as far as the car parking is concerned, so as we're clear?
Well, the policies in the local plan, there are no specific policies that refer to parking as such, but we have the council's car parking SPD, which advises 2 spaces for 1 to 3 dwellings, but it does say that all sites will be considered on their own merits within the context of the site and proposal. And then, of course, the NPPF considers the fact that we are to encourage the use of sustainable modes of transport, which is obviously also covered within the JCS and the local plan. The NPPF specifically says not to refuse applications unless they will cause an impact on highway safety or a severe impact on the road network. So in that sense, officers consider that the proposal is policy compliant. There isn't a specific policy that specifies that there has to be a number of car parking on this site, and bearing in mind it's in Towcester and in a sustainable location for development and an area where we want to encourage the use of other modes of transport. For those reasons, we consider the proposal to be policy compliant on that basis.
Thank you. Are there any other questions at this point members would like to put to the officer? Councillor Townsend, I saw your hand first.
Following on from that, if we're not no parking, what about bicycles? Where do they go in this thing? Because presumably that's what you're hoping they're going to be, particularly in the middle of Towcester. But I haven't seen anywhere where you would be parking bicycles.
Yes, thank you. The parking for the bicycles will be in the courtyard area. So if you can see on the plan here, oh no, I can't share my screen at the moment, but on the plan, if you would like me to share the screen again, I can show you. But
if you would, just for a moment,
yeah,
please.
on the so on the courtyard plan there, if you can just see the grey area, there is the area there where you can provide access for bikes in that area there. I think about 8 are shown to be provided, but there's plenty of scope there for getting more in. So you could have up to 15 spaces, I'm sure, there for bike storage, or even more if necessary. We have put a condition on with regards to bike storage, so we would want to see proper details of the secure and covered space for the cycle storage within the courtyard provided, obviously, for this as well.
Thank you very much. If you could revert the screen again, yeah, please. There are several hands going. I did notice Councillor Lane Wiltshire next, please.
Yes, thank you. Going back to that last screen, what was the square building in the middle of the courtyard? Is that going to stay, or is it going to be demolished?
Yeah, that's to be demolished. That's part of that. So that was in the photographs. That was the sort of timber structure building that came out from the hall building. So that's proposed to be demolished as part of the proposals. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Johns, you had your hand up.
Yes, just a question for Maria. You showed the bin storage. Could you indicate where residents will have to move their bin for it to be collected on collection day?
I think they would be able to bring them through the corridor area here out to the front, but that's the detail that we again will put on as a condition. But as I understand it, I believe they would be able to do that, bring them out through this doorway here. Sorry, I'm thinking I'm sharing my screen and I'm not. But the front entrance doorway in between the 2 buildings, they should be able to bring it through there to Watling Street.
All right, we'll leave it at that for a moment. Any other questions that members wish to ask the officer? If not, no. Well, now I'm glad to say that protocol allows us to have...
Excuse me, Chairman.
Councillor Breeze. No, Councillor Breeze.
Councillor Breeze wanted to.
Yes, you put your hand up after I started to see, but don't go ahead. Councillor Breeze.
Thank you, Chairman. Page, oh, actually I can't say what page it is, but no. 9.86 and beyond, and 10. Viability. So there's no still payable because there's no net increase in floor space. And it seems that there's no section 106 at all. And there's a comment that says the result of the viability is that the residual land value is below the existing use value, and this concludes that there is no scope in the scheme to provide affordable housing or any other financial contributions. Can we just explore that further, the relationship between residual land value and existing land value? Because hard to see what economic or financial return the developer's getting. I mean, if there's no advantage, why would he be developing it?
Well, I might intervene. You do have an opportunity at the moment to ask a question in due course of the applicant, but Maria Philpott, would you like to respond?
I was just going to say it might be a better question to have put to the applicant, if that's okay, when they ask. I mean, it's not my specialty, but it's something that our strategic housing colleagues have looked into, and that's the advice that they have obviously given us, that there isn't any scope within the scheme to provide any additional affordable housing or other financial contributions. When you do look at the modelling, the developer's profit is taken into account as part and parcel of that modelling. So if I understand this side of things correctly, that would already have been sort of a factor taken into account, and it's what's left over after that's been taken out is where you would then take any financial contributions or affordable housing contributions from, and that's where there isn't any scope left, as I understand it. But it also might be another question you want to put to the applicant. I would just like to clarify the bit on the sill though, and I just put in the written updates on that, so that there is actually a slight increase in net floor area, because I've just re-looked at that, and because of the inserting a floor in the hall where it was currently obviously just a full height building, it does result in actually just a very slight increase, but it is only very minor because of the fact that there are still some elements of the building that are going to be demolished as well. So once you deduct that off, the net increase is still only very small, so it only results in a sort of small payment there. But I've put that in the written updates, but just to clarify that point for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Breeze, thank you. Well, perhaps you can always repeat your question in a moment if you want to. Any other points that people wish to raise with the officer before I move on? I glance across my screen, I can see no hands visible. So just to reiterate what I was about to say, that protocol allows us to have speakers speaking live, as it were, in front of the committee, as we would were we to be in the forum, and to answer questions after they've spoken. This afternoon we have a hybrid version. We have some speakers who are joining us live, some who are recorded, but from the next meeting, all who wish to speak will be live. So I'm delighted to say, go and call the first applicant, Andy Lord, who will now remove the cover off his screen. And Mr. Lord, you'll be talking to both these applications, therefore you have 4 minutes in which to speak. And if you're happy to go ahead, please start now.
Good afternoon, everybody. Councillors, Chairman, my name is Andy Lord and I'm the Development Manager for Clayson Country Homes, who are the owner and applicant of the scheme before you today to convert 152 to 154 Watling Street into 15 apartments. The application building was last used as a private members club, providing for part leisure, part office and part residential use. This residential element of the building in that previous form was roughly 20% by area. An element, as explained by Maria, of the application is a Grade 2 listed building, namely 154 Watling Street, with the bulk of the scheme existing in the deep plan building to the rear of 152 Watling Street. In the process of the application, we've had a very positive discussion with the case officer to overcome issues of 1, neighbourhood amenity with our design response, 2, protected species via habitat survey and acceptance of conditions, 3, heritage response via commitments to the existing fabric, and 4, affordable housing provision via a financial viability submission. As a result of this positive dialogue, we have reached a point whereby the recommendation before you today from the case officer is one for approval. I wanted to address 2 points which have been discussed within the application process. The first point is the principle of change of use to 100% residential from the current mix of uses. In order to provide a viable commercial use on this site, i.e. non-residential, this would require the frontage of the building to be likely opened up and it would severely compromise the character of Watling Street and the existing street scene, which is in the conservation area. Our proposal for a full residential conversion allows for a viable use of the existing building without any damage to the character of Watling Street or the prevailing conservation area. We believe strongly that a change of use to residential is wholly appropriate for this site, given our sympathetic design proposals. The second point I would like to address is the parking provision within the application. As you're aware, the building in its current use has no allocated parking. Historically, when a members club, visitors and guests would have had to have used on-street parking or travelled to the building on foot. Our application also proposes no allocated parking in line with its current use. We firmly believe and support the case officer's opinion that the application site is located in a wholly sustainable town centre location, which nonetheless has excellent access to 2 local free car parks and furthermore is well served by a good offering of on-street parking. As you know, Clayson Country Homes are the developer of the adjacent Moat Lane regeneration scheme, for which we've had a very strong demand for the completed 1-bed units there. None of these have allocated parking, and it may interest the committee to know that we estimate that 70% of the current tenants within the Whitton Lane residential scheme do not own a car. Well, I spoke to the agent earlier who let them. And we have chosen this location because of its sustainable nature. Therefore, we deem it a very sustainable location. We would urge the committee to support this proposal, which will in turn help to regenerate this complex of buildings. If approved, Clayson Country Homes will deliver this project with a similar attention to detail and quality as we hope is evident at the Moat Lane regeneration scheme. We hope that you can support the application and follow the case officer's recommendation for approval. And I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions in relation to the applications that you may have.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Lord. Well, the invitation is there for any members of the committee who wish to ask a question. Councillor Breeze, please.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Mr. Lord a response to my question of the case officer. If you could explain the interaction between residual land value and existing use value, and how that deems the proposal unviable in terms of financial contribution for libraries, health, and so on.
Yeah, no problem. So we've submitted a financial viability which is run on a sort of standard industry model. This demonstrates the likely revenue from the project, the likely costs of the project, and therefore effectively what is left is the likely profit from the project plus a value to purchase the site. Industry inputs allow us to make a 15% profit, which we've demonstrated we will make. And to give you an indication, we think that the likely revenue from the scheme will be just over £2 million, i.e. that is the value of the units when built and sold. Within all the inputs which have been agreed with the SNC Economic Development team, we then make a 15% margin on that. I'm just looking at it now on this screen. That £2 million worth of revenue. In there, in turn, is a value to purchase the site, which has to be on or around the value that the site would generate were it to be used for its current use, i.e. A value to buy the site to take it on as it is. So that submission has been submitted. We've negotiated with the council in terms of demonstrating our build cost, demonstrating our professional fees, demonstrating the revenue that we assume is correct, i.e. in this case, you know, it has to be viable, not too low, market rate effectively. And those inputs are then tested and agreed. So effectively, we are on and around the current use value. If we generated a much higher land value, let's say another £200–400 beyond that, we would then take that and put that into the Section 106 pot for libraries or for off-site affordable housing, etc., in line with your Section 106 policy. So that's the principle of how the residential land value system works.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. And so, is there scope for after the transaction? So after you've got permission, and actually you find that the market has blessed you, and you can achieve more for the development than you anticipate, for a clawback, or is that it? If you've got a scheme that you claim is unviable, that's it. The shutters are down.
I mean, that on larger schemes sometimes happens, yeah, for sure. That can be written into a 106. I mean, in this instance, we've got a little bit of lag between where our land value demonstrated is, what you could demonstrate to be the current use value. So it's a smallish scheme, so there isn't a great scope for the inputs being incorrect. But of course, those things can be considered, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Further questions to Mr. Lord? Councillor Johns.
Much more, well, two questions, Chairman. One very much more practical. The officer gave an explanation of where she thought refuse bins could be put out for collection. Watling Street obviously is not a suitable location for collecting large commercial bins. So perhaps you could,
sure, no problem.
help us with where you envisage residents being able to move bins to. I mean, could I just say that's one issue that's been an ongoing problem, I think, with the Moat Lane development, and it was raised by members early, but was never really seen through to completion. Is bins being put out and stored? So perhaps you could explain.
Okay. Obviously, the building itself, the freehold and the management of it will remain within the Clayson Country Homes portfolio. We will tie the management of it into the Moat Lane strategy. Obviously, we manage that area and we manage this area, so we would actually look to use a sort of joint refuse capacity. We have capacity in the Moat Lane scheme. All of the apartments, all of the commercial activities there have their own bin stores, which we manage the not recycling, but basically the removal of, in line with discussions either with commercial operators and private refuse collectors, or in line with local authority collection. So from our perspective as management entity on that site, we think the refuse element works smoothly, and that there isn't an undue issue with refuse collection. But we do have some slack in that commercially, that because of the tight confines of this development, we would be using that. There are bin stores shown in the to the rear, which, as Maria said, both bin storage and cycling will be conditioned, so we can increase the cycle storage. We will apply appropriate bin storage areas, and we will, as I've said, the management entity will physically take the refuse and put it into the appropriate commercial refuse area within the Moat Lane scheme. That we have that luxury. So,
Councillor Johns.
Thank you for that. The other question I had was you kindly offered information regarding current one-bedroom apartments within the Moat Lane area, with the suggestion that 70% of those residents don't possess a car. Could you just remind us how many of those apartments there are, and how many have now got planning permission and will be built in the near future?
So that figure relates, and I spoke to our agent Craig Bees at Bartram's this morning to sort of get an understanding of that figure. So if you that's a third party, a sort of honest opinion by our agent. There are 11 flats, I believe, that are currently let. There is another 14 that are currently under construction, all of which have permission. And then there is a further 10 apartments which we have consent for. They all have parking spaces. So we get a lot of interest because of the location of the scheme, and we get a lot of interest because of the The price point, I would say, the rented or to sell the units, which is at the in the nicest way, is at the lower end of the market in Towcester. So it is an attractive proposition for younger people, first-time buyers, young couples to come and live in Towcester, who may not have a car, have access to public transport for leisure and for employment opportunities, and or the amenity of Towcester itself. So those are the numbers. There's 11 currently gone. There's 14, I think, that are nearing practical completion, and a further 10 that will have parking. But we literally cannot account for the demand that we're getting from people as I see it being built. So,
thank you. Other questions from members at this point? Councillor Samiotis.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to talk about the parking. Another application for Towcester without adequate parking. You say in your previous comments to Councillor Johns that you've now got, in total, is it 25, 11 flats already either sold or let without parking, and
yes.
14 in construction without parking?
Yes.
Plus another 10 that have parking?
Yes.
So that's 25 without parking, 14 still to be constructed.
Yeah, so there's, sorry, just to clarify, there's 11 that are constructed, not there. 14 which are under construction, and then a further 10 which we're about to commence construction on, which have a parking allocation. So it's effectively another 14 properties coming without parking on the Moat Lane scheme as approved.
25 in total?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And now you're wanting to build another 15 flats or convert without any parking. Now, obviously, I'm not going to say every single person that's living in these flats. So now we've got 40, haven't we? We've got 40 flats. Let's say probably 75% of them are going to need a car. I mean, I understand that not everybody wants to have a car or needs a car. I understand that. You're talking about, you know, that they're really good for first-time buyers, young people. You know, these people have jobs, and I find it really unlikely they're going to have jobs in Towcester. So therefore, they're all going to need a car. It just really frustrates me that developers are coming along and they're just building.
Can you have, I've got a question you could put to Mr. Lord, Councillor.
Yep, I'm happy to have an answer on it. I'm just wondering why you're building all these flats. You think that you're going to like not have any car parking. I mean, any cars, there obviously are cars, because people buying these are going to be driving to work. These young people, these first-time buyers.
Yeah, well, I suppose that the answer to that question is quite broad, really. We feel that the market in Towcester is a strong one. It's an attractive place to be developing. It is underprovided for cheaper first-time market entry-level accommodation, I would argue. As I said, the evidence from our agent is that of the 11 properties that we have either sold or rented, 70% of those don't have, the occupants don't have a car. So that would suggest that if 40 come, you're looking at sort of, well, let's say 50%, you're looking at half of them not having a car space. The whole drive behind the NPPF and behind sort of sustainable transport options is to look for appropriate units in appropriate areas, i.e. if this were, I mean, some of you know my history. I previously worked with Persimmon. There's 2,500 properties up the road, which are of a different demographic, a different tenure, and all have appropriate spaces, 2 and 3 car spaces. This is a different model, a different location, and we wouldn't be bringing this forward if we didn't feel that the offer wasn't viable in the market. It wouldn't be commercially prudent to do so. Bearing in mind, this is a conversion of an existing building, which in its current use doesn't have any parking allocation either. So if I were to try and find a commercial use for it, we own the property linked to, shall we say, the opportunities that are open to me without another planning consent. there would still be, if you like, car use generated. And I assume that's why Towcester has been developed in the way that it has, with an excellent offer of the 2 Tove car parks, on-street parking in the Northampton Road area. You know, the whole of Towcester in this area has been regenerated to help provide those car parking options. Of course, people will use cars. I'm not, I wouldn't be facetious and think they don't, but I think the market and the price point for this particular development is actually open to people that may not have a car, may want to get on a bus and go to Milton Keynes or Oxford, may work in Towcester, and let's be honest, a lot of us are all working from home more than we previously would have done. So I think patterns are changing, patterns of use are changing.
Yes, try getting the bus around here. That's interesting. I mean, you commented on the car parking and it's not its current use, but its past use as a Conservative club that no longer exists. You know, people that were using that building would have only been there temporarily. They could have used the 3-hour car parking available, or if it was an evening, they would have parked in the car park and then obviously drove home at some point. You know, you're talking about people actually living in these properties that will need somebody shaking their heads. Somebody, you know, people are going to be living in these properties, so they're going to obviously need longer parking. We know they can't park on the Watling Street, so they're going to have to park somewhere. You know, I mean,
that's a valid point. I'm right in saying the Tove short stay car park is free, I think, from 6 p.m. to 8 a.m. So they can park there overnight. The longer, you know, the less close, larger Tove car park is free 24 hours a day. And I use that car park a lot. I'm on site a lot at Moat Lane. I would suggest that isn't anywhere near capacity in terms of its use. And in many ways, you know, that there has to be a compromise to bring forward converted buildings and to make existing town centres work. And if that is one of the compromises, and I think the ability for us to regenerate this area as we've done at Moat Lane far outweighs what will be some of the complications with parking. And as I've suggested, a lot of our residents that we've got already, that doesn't seem to be an issue for them. People will vote with their feet in terms of the marketplace, and the demand for these properties is almost overwhelming. So that's one of the reasons that we're looking to pursue it, really. So.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed, Councillor Semiotis. Anybody else wish to ask a question, Mr. Lord, or else I will let him depart? Well, all right, I'll indulge Councillor Johns' one brief question.
Again, it's a very, very practical one. It prompted me when you mentioned, Andy, about people working from home. The town centre is notoriously bad in terms of broadband. So will these properties have connection to high-speed broadband from day one?
Well, we're cognizant of that. I think at Moat Lane we've used some sort of booster for the sort of we can obviously offer here a communal Wi-Fi sort of broadband connection. It would be an aspiration, of course. It would involve infrastructure in the town as well being upgraded. So in part that is a discussion for sort of all stakeholders. It would certainly be an aspiration for us to provide it, and I'm aware of the broadband speed in Towcester, so we would look to work on it as best we could.
All right, well, thank you very much indeed, and thank you, Mr. Lord, for joining us this afternoon. So if you now depart, we will go into our general discussion on this. Thank you very much indeed for your time this afternoon. So as you leave us with the screen covered up, thank you very much indeed. So we are discussing both applications together. We will vote on them individually, but we've had a fair bit of discussion, questions asked. Who would like to say any more, or at least to start us off in our actual discussion at this stage? Councillor Johns, you can bat first then.
What? I hand up 10 minutes ago.
Well, I do beg your pardon, Councillor.
I'll
come to you in a minute. I'll call Councillor Johns. You'll be next.
I'm happy to defer to Councillor Bignell.
Oh, well, if you so wish. Councillor Bignell,
Thank you.
you can go next.
I thought we were using the hand raising system. Anyway, yeah.
Oh, I didn't see you. I
The,
apologise.
the discussion of parking is, I don't know, it's unbelievable that those flats sit in a row of houses, none of which have parking provision other than on the street. So why make an exception of saying, oh, you've got to have parking for these? I'm sure all the neighbours either side would love their own parking. They haven't got it. They've got on-street parking, which is free, and they have to use it. So why? I just don't see the case in point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, sorry, I didn't notice your hand being. Councillor Johns, I'll turn to you now.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. I mean, well, firstly, I think we should congratulate our officers, Maria in particular, presumably for working with the applicant to improve the various stages that this application has developed into. And I think that the first time of showing, it certainly wasn't as good as what we're seeing before us today. And I think the changes have certainly secured the listed status of 154 with design. And plainly, I mean, I certainly support changing from previous use to residential. It's the only, I think, viable option really in this location. And it does mean that the street scene can be maintained, if not improved on, by use as residential. I think generally around the property, visually and structurally, there will be significant improvements. The issues I have, I do find this difficult, is that I just find that what's before us is overdevelopment. 15 apartments. I mean, the apartments seem most of them are extremely small, resulting in, for example, the walkway external at the back of the property. Again, I mean, they're supposed to be for perhaps first-time buyers, young people, maybe working from home, but we all know broadband currently in the centre of Towcester. In other parts of Towcester, it's fine, but in the centre of Towcester, it's appalling. So there's the dilemma, Chairman. I think visually, and to bring this building back into use, I think it's commendable that a developer is prepared to work on it. But I find it very hard to support because of the issues around parking. I mean, it's exceptionally rare for NCC highways to object. We've had comments about other people haven't got parking, so therefore what's wrong with this? But in fact, other places have got parking. I mean, some of the properties a little further down or further north on Watling Street, they some years ago purchased land for parking at the back of the fire station. So there are areas where people do have parking. And certainly during this period of this year with coronavirus, I mean, the town centre, you would have thought the short stay car park would be empty, but in fact, I mean, it's been exceptionally full. And both the on-street spaces on Northampton Road and the short stay have been pretty well taken up. So I think for me, I mean, there's one, I'm unhappy about the size of the apartments and the density in this location. I've been much happier with fewer, larger apartments. But overall, I think I do have concerns about parking. I think a scheme could have been developed with fewer apartments and some perhaps provision. And even though there would be no provision for parking, it would have less pressure on the surrounding streets. I mean, the report talks about, for example, Brackley Road. Well, Brackley Road has got no scope for on-street parking, and certainly not when the school is either open in the day or when they, as regularly under normal circumstances, they have evening events and activities. So I'm afraid I can't support this application, Chairman, although I think that it does contain quite a lot of merit.
Thank you very much. Who else would like to tell us what they think of this? All right, Councillor Bignell, your hand, I can actually see it, so let me hear more.
That's all right. we keep going round and round in circles about this parking things, but if we were to reject this application on the basis of there's no parking, the inspector would laugh in our faces. It would cost this council a load of money and would not be accepted. This is policy compliant. There is no policy ensuring we have parking, so why would we even attempt to reject this on that basis? And as for overdevelopment, I find it an interesting term. The building, apart from very minorly, hasn't changed size. So whether it's got 1 flat in it or 47 flats in it, hasn't been overdeveloped. Externally, it still looks the same. It's the same building. It's the same fabric, the same footprint. So I think I'm always with those. We would be laughed out of appeal if we thought we could actually win something against those criteria. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Well, just to remind you, we are actually looking at 15, not 47 dwellings here. Who else would like to share their thoughts with us? Councillor, no, you haven't got it. I thought Councillor Paul Wiltshire, but I'm confused with the bit of furniture behind you. Looked like your hand was up. No, in that case, well, we have before us the recommendations. We are going to take each of them individually. The first one, yes, so Councillor John, sorry. Yes,
do we have any comments back from the ward members?
Well, that is true, although since you've been speaking, yes, you're quite right. Well, within the updates, there are comments from Councillor Lofts and Councillor Tarban. Maybe I can refer to Maria Philp. I might like just to refer to those. I don't think you specifically mentioned them in your report. Can you just remind committee of what was said by those 2 ward members? Thank you, Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, both of them have commented prior to the committee, and they have been written in the written updates, and they are both supporting the objections from the Town Council, Highways and the Toaster History Society on the grounds of lack of car parking. I think Councillor Tarban wasn't against the principle of change of use, but both of them were had concerns, obviously, on the lack of car parking, yes.
All right, thank you very much indeed for just mentioning that. So as I was saying, we have the 2 recommendations. The first one will also include, as a result of the ecology officer, that there's a couple of changes to conditions 3 and 4 and 2 additional conditions. You'll have seen that on the updates. Do I see a proposer for the first recommendation? This is the application ending in MAF. Anyone? Councillor Bignell to propose. Councillor Elaine Wiltshire is the seconder. So Leslie Farrell, our Democratic Services Officer, will call out our names and ask us whether we're for, against or abstaining. Leslie Farrell.
Thank you, Chairman. So we're voting for the first of these 2 applications, which is for the... Oh, sorry.
We have some dog noise.
Excited dog there. Yes, so the first of the applications we're voting for now. So we'll start with Councillor Bignell.
For.
Councillor Breeze.
For.
Councillor Budden.
Abstain.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Dannelly.
Abstain.
Councillor Hollowell.
Abstain.
Councillor Johns.
Against.
Councillor Samiotis.
Against.
Councillor Surgerson Brook.
Not sure she's with us at the moment.
I haven't seen her for a while.
She disappeared.
She appears to have disappeared off the face of the earth, I would say. The screen.
I'll go to Councillor Pritchard then, please.
For.
Councillor Townsend.
For.
Councillor Elaine Wiltshire.
For.
And Councillor Paul Wiltshire.
For.
If you give me one moment.
Indeed.
To make that 8-4-2 against.
Just to repeat that.
So that's been approved. There's 8 for, 2 against with 3 abstentions, and 4 abstentions with Councillor Surgerson Brook. So
Yes.
that's been approved.
Thank you. If we move on to the second recommendation, the grant permission subject to conditions, this is the listed building consent one. A proposer for that, please. I look to Councillor Bignell, and a seconder, Councillor Cooper. Thank you, and welcome to the meeting, Councillor Cooper. Let us turn to Leslie again for a vote.
Thank you. We'll start with Councillor Bignell.
For.
Councillor Breeze.
For.
Councillor Budden.
Abstain.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Hollowell.
For.
Councillor Johns.
For.
Councillor Samiotis. Sorry, Councillor Samiotis.
Abstain.
Councillor Pritchard.
For.
Councillor Townsend.
For.
Councillor Elaine Wiltshire.
For.
And Councillor Paul Wiltshire.
For.
And Councillor Dallin.
Yes, abstain.
That's 10-4, so that's been approved.
Okay, well, thank you very much. So if we move on now to item 8, which is still in Towcester, but taking us to the Southland off Redcar Road, the school, and Daniel Callis is the case officer on this occasion. Daniel, would you like to talk us through this application, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I'll just share my screen. There we go.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. So item 8 is an application for reserved matters for a 2-form entry primary school as part of the ongoing Towcester South urban extension development. The application is for all reserved matters within the area outlined in red. The areas to the north and west already have reserved matters consent for housing and are currently under construction. In the aerial photograph you see on the screen, that's approximately summer 2017, and I can show you an image more recently here as to how the development has progressed in the last 3.5 years. The school site is on the southern edge of the existing construction area where I'm indicating on the screen. So the proposal is for a 2-storey school. It consists of a single main school building which fronts onto the main spine road through the development. The spine road is currently under construction. This section due for completion in the first quarter of next year. So the school has a principal facade onto that, adjacent to the junction with the road that leads eventually down to the relief road, and directly opposite the local centre, which will be coming forward in due course. The vehicular access is to the north of the school building and provides access to the car park, which will give staff parking only. This includes an element of motorcycle parking and a space for a school minibus. And then there's a separate pedestrian access immediately to the north of the building, and between that and the vehicular access, there's space for pupil cycle storage and scooter storage. The hard surface playground is to the rear or to the west. There's a mugger multi-use games area adjacent to that, which is fenced in, and sports pitches beyond. You can see the outline of the houses to the west and north, which already have consent and are about to be constructed in the coming months. These all back onto the school site, meaning the school has a relatively enclosed and secure grounds to the rear. In terms of levels, these drop from the school building sort of to the south west, which results in the sports pitches along this edge here being a little bit higher than the dwellings behind, and there's a bank down to the boundary. That bank would be planted out with screen planting in the area indicated, and the northern section would have a timber hit and miss fencing, just to help ensure that there's reasonable privacy for the residential properties behind. But as I said, this is within the sports, the football pitch area of the school rather than the playground, so it would generally only be in use under supervised PE lessons. In terms of the floor plans, there's a mixture of classes at ground floor and first floor. The hall is towards the northern end of the building at the front, with the kitchen behind. And then there's various other staff facilities and ancillary facilities located variously at first floor level and ground floor. In terms of the elevations, the main facing material would be an orange-red brick to match the bricks used on the existing residential development around the school. So that would give some harmony and consistency. The roof would be a metal cladding system in a slate grey, which would complement the slate used quite extensively on the residential development. The rear section of the building would have a flat roof, and at first floor level would be clad in vertical cladding material. And then the windows would be of a relatively contemporary style with a dark grey frame. The principal section of the building is further broken down with into 3 separate component sections, or giving the appearance of 3 separate component sections, joined together with a sort of lighter weight link. So this further helps to reduce the scale and mass of the building, or apparent scale and mass, to a more domestic level. There's some visualizations that have been provided of the school. This would be the principal facade onto the main spine road, with landscaping to the front and railings. This would be the southern corner of the building. This is a view from the north-western corner looking across the playground. So you have the main rear elevation, the pedestrian access coming through from the front of the school in through and into the playground. And then a slightly further distance visualization from the southwest, looking back towards the main building. There's just a couple of other further views within the car park area. The one thing to emphasise with this application is the Section 106, well, the pressing timescale for delivery of the school. The Section 106 requires the school site to be transferred to the County Council by the 300th occupation, and for the County Council to have the school open for the 400th occupation. As a marker, we are currently at 449 occupations as of last week. So it's vital that the school is delivered as soon as possible, because it is already behind where it should be. The land is currently in the process of being transferred to the County Council, and they have a very tight timescale to have the school ready for September of 2021. They need to sign construction contracts before Christmas, and with a subsequent construction on site then commencing in March 2021. In order to facilitate construction in such a short time frame, the county are proposing to use off-site prefabricated construction in a factory with the components brought to site, enabling a much quicker construction of the building in the spring of next year. If these targets can't be met, then the school cannot and will not open until September 2022. So that would cause a year's delay on the scheme. With regard to updates, members' attention is drawn to the written updates and the revised recommendation. There are no further updates, and the recommendation is for committee to grant delegated authority to officers to approve subject to the conditions outlined in the report and the confirmation of no objection from the lead local flood authority and the highway authority. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Yes, just to confirm, you haven't had any further response from either the flood authority or the highway authority then?
No, Chairman. The additional information received from the applicant came in earlier this week and late last week. Reconsultations have been sent out to those consultees. They are expected in fairly imminently. It's not expected that there's any issues because the applicant has been liaising directly with those bodies to address their concerns, and it's hopeful that we can therefore have those positive responses and be able to issue the decision relatively promptly.
Thank you very much. All right, any questions you'd like to put to, yes, Councillor Elaine Wiltshire.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The cladding, are we assured that the cladding that is going to be used is going to be of a good, safe quality, especially after the problems with cladding around the country after the Grenville?
Okay, thank you. So the cladding, it's only to the first floor level on the rear, but there is a condition within the recommendation requiring submission of details and a sample of that cladding before it's used. So there will be the opportunity with all of the materials on the building to further approve the details of those in due course.
Yes, because that is one of the main concerns I have is regarding the cladding. Other than that, I think they've got a very big job to do to get it built by 2021, especially after the length of time it took to get Brackley's new primary school built.
Well, we'll see what happens if it's approved. Okay, a couple of questions coming up, but Councillor Hollowell, I saw your hand first.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Daniel, two questions. First of all, the tree screen in the kind of what would it be, southwestern corner?
Yes.
The boundary with the housing. Is that tree screen, is that fenced off from the school?
It's not fenced off from the rest of the grounds. Generally with the primary school, the children would, I assume, at break time, etc., have free roam of the playground area, but not necessarily the football pitch area. And then this would be at the very far end of that sports pitch area on the bank down to the neighbours. And I suppose it would offer the opportunity for an element of ecological improvement to the site, but there is a condition requiring details of that landscaping again, prior to implementation.
Okay. Second question regarding the timetable. What was the validation date for this application?
Oh, good question. Off the top of my head, bear with me a second. It was validated on the 25th of September.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bignell.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was just interested on those monolithic structures on the roof. It look like pseudo chimneys. Are they supposed to look like chimneys, or are they serving some purpose? Or
they are roof vents, so they
might be.
Yeah, they assist with. I think the building would have. I think I've explained it in the report. It would have a fairly modern air conditioning system and ventilation system. So it's part of that, but it also adds punctuation to the ridgeline, and therefore breaks up what would otherwise be quite a plain ridgeline.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pritchard.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Two questions actually. The first one actually is, when you look at the size and the nature of this particular project, why is it such a short timescale? Why hasn't it been brought to the planning committee prior to such a short timescale, particularly with the build? And secondly, are there any provisions for solar panels or electric charging points?
Okay, thank you. On the first point, we have been working with the applicant in pre-application discussions prior to the application coming in. I don't know exactly why it is resulted in such a truncated timescale, but clearly, there have been some delays in the development getting to this part of the site, because it would be difficult to have built the school before the residential development got anywhere near to it. As you said, even the road to the front of the site hasn't yet been provided. So we've got to the point now where the county council have been able to begin working on the scheme ready for when the land is transferred to them. And then I think with the COVID restrictions we've had this year have put, unfortunately, quite a significant delay of a few months on that. We may have been at this position 3 or 4 months ago if it hadn't been for what's occurred this year. On the second point, sorry, can you just remind me what the second question was?
It was the solar panels and electric charging points.
Solar, yes. So, sorry, with the solar panels, the construction does allow for solar panels to be applied to the building in future, but there aren't any provisions, as part of the initial build. The report sets out the reasons for that. I mean, the building generally is, quite sustainable in terms of its construction, but there isn't necessarily, to my understanding, the money in the budget to, provide the solar panels at this time. If there were funding available for that in the future, it is an option. With regard to the electric vehicle charging, the outline consent for this development precedes the current policy that we have requiring electric vehicle charging. So therefore, as a reserve matters application, we can only go with what the requirements are of the outline planning permission. We can recommend to the county, and I think the county would naturally want to, not preclude future installation of electric vehicle charging, but it's not something that I think we can require at this stage. Thank you.
And just very quickly, also with the access road, is it sufficient things like coaches and obviously that sort of transport that's required for schools?
It's been designed with the county council to the county council's requirements. So the road in is wide enough to take a large refuse vehicle, which is not dissimilar in size and manoeuvrability to a coach. In addition to that, the school is actually positioned on the Spine Road with the bus stops immediately outside the school. So there is the potential for any coaches taking pupils to utilise those bus stops potentially for boarding children.
Thank you, officer. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Councillor Townsend. You have a question.
Well, so most of it's gone, but actually following on from that, I mean, I don't know how many pupils are going to be at this school, but it didn't look to me there was very much room for dropping off and collecting, which is always causes problems outside schools. And are we certain that that there's enough room there for? I think otherwise it's going to be chaos.
Okay, thank you. So the provision for parking within the school site is purely for staff and official visitors. If I just show you, if I'm sharing my screen, Chairman, if that's okay.
Yes, do.
Just to give a little bit more context on the position, the school site, as you can see, it is here. The approved scheme for the Spine Road to the front of the school includes provision of on-street parking bays here, here, and here, which will allow informal, pull in and pull out to drop children off immediately outside the school in accordance with the county council's safety requirements for visibility and pedestrian crossings, etc. In addition, directly opposite the school, and this plan is purely indicative, there will be the car park for the local centre. So that will provide additional off-road parking for parents coming to pick and drop their children off, and then tying that journey also in with a visit to the shop to pick up, a loaf of bread or whatever on the way home. Thank you.
Councillor Townsend, do you want to ask any more?
No, I think that's fine. Well, I mean, it just is something which needs to be planned, and I can see that we've got this draw point because parents do want to visit. They have to come and see teachers or whatever, and you need to have some provision for all that.
All right, thank you, Councillor Johns. A question.
Thank you, Chairman. There's been a recent suggestion, I think, from the county about widening one of the footpaths on the main road through the development to allow for a cycleway. Is there any update on this? Because obviously it would be good for as many pupils and parents to be able to cycle from home to school.
Yes, thank you. So the approved scheme that I just showed you for the Spine Road, the path on the near side to the school along that section of road is actually a 3 metre wide shared cycleway and pedestrian footpath, and that will continue into the future areas of the site down to the southwest. Now, clearly, the initial phases of the site, county didn't require the highway to have a cycleway, shared cycleway on the pavement, so it does reduce in scale. But we have deliberately tried to, as we're going through this development, create a layout that encourages people to walk and cycle rather than use the car for short journeys. So there are convenient and efficient desire line walking routes to make that as quick and easy as possible for people. And the position of the school, I think, as I showed on the plan, is very central within that main block of the part of the development, meaning it's a relatively short distance from what will be all the houses all the way around it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions of the officer? Well, Councillor Sammy, just that's sort of a wave. Yes, you asked a question. Go ahead.
Yes. Sorry if I missed it. First of all, I'd like to say thank you. We need this school, and we will need the other school eventually that's coming. And you know, it is about time, and it's just a shame that it's a bit late, but it's coming. But I think I might have missed, Daniel. Did you say there was a pedestrian crossing by the schools? I couldn't see it on that map that you just put up for Councillor Townsend.
Okay, I can share my screen again. So the school entrance, as I said, what's not in the road is indicative on this plan, but the school entrance, pedestrian entrance, is about level with this bus stop. Mm-hmm. There's a pedestrian crossing here, which is just a dropped curb type of crossing, and there's another one further to the south, and then to the north there's an actual zebra crossing, and the position of that has all been agreed with county in terms of where they consider is to be an appropriate place to put a formal crossing.
So that worries me slightly, thinking about the current zebra crossings that are at Nicholas Hawksmoor and Toaster Primary School, because you know, cars just don't stop. Even if there's children on the zebra crossings. I mean, is there any way that these could actually be proper pedestrian, you know, lights, so vehicles have to stop? Because you just don't trust. I mean, even, you know, we've got the lollipop lady on the Toaster Primary School crossing, and the amount of times she's nearly been ran over, you know.
Are you thinking the same way as outside Spon School, Councillor Samiotis?
Yes, please. Yes, thank you. I can't remember what they're called.
I think they're possibly called something like a toucan crossing or something to that effect. But
so with traffic lights, basically.
Yes, the traffic light controlled crossing. Yes. What I would say is that the road layout for the Spine Road has already been approved, so there is no real opportunity to revisit that now, and that was undertaken with full consultation with county to seek to you know, make it work as effectively as possible, but it's not part of this current application.
And my second question, which I know the answer to, but I'm going to ask you anyway, have you had any conversations at all with the heads of both of the primary schools in Toaster to get their general ideas of what these schools actually need?
I have had discussions with other primary schools. I'm informed by the county that the Education Trust taking over this school is actually the Hawksmoor Education Trust. So the same trust that deals with Nicholas Hawksmoor and the Radston Primary School and Brackley Lees in Brackley. So obviously, you know, they are on board and they will know what's required, and if there are any adjustments that, you know, need to be made and can be built into the construction, then given that trust is on board, they will be able to feed that into the process through the county.
Yeah, that's really interesting because when I spoke to the head of Nicholas Hawksmoor, which was about 6 or 8 weeks ago, I think they were just putting in the process of the application at that point. She was a bit disappointed that nobody has actually spoken to her regards this new school and what she thought might be good for Towcester. When you say you've spoken to primary schools, have you actually spoken to primary schools in Towcester or primary schools out of Towcester?
I actually, going back a year or so ago, had a meeting with the head teacher of the Radston Primary School. So shortly after that opened, yes, and that was in the early stages of looking at the pre-app for this school. And I had a meeting and a walk around the school with the head of that school to go through sort of lessons learned and things like that. And we've attempted to build some of those things into this application, but also, you know, I would have thought it would be for the county as the education authority who are dealing with schools all the time and building new schools all the time, that they would be, you know, doing that sort of process in terms of learning lessons and making the next scheme better than the one before.
All right. Well, I think probably you can't answer any further on that point, but point raised nevertheless, Councillor Semi. Any other questions from members before we open it up to a broader discussion? No. Well, thank you very much indeed, Daniel, for that. And now, uniquely, we have 3 ward members on the committee, so we'll go through one by one, and I'll bat first, naturally. I would say that after extensive discussions on this and looking at the design of the building, what we do have before us this afternoon is very much more attractive and satisfactory and appropriate. The worst at the beginning, that it certainly wasn't something that would have fitted in very well. So I'm pleased on that regard. I do have concerns on the parking and the pickup that Councillor Townsend alluded to, one has to be concerned about the build-up of traffic at that point. But be that as it may, I think broadly speaking, this is a good application. Obviously, as we heard, there is an urgency. So let me just bring in the other ward members, as is customary. Councillor Johns, do you have any points you'd like to make at this stage?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, I mean, overall, obviously, I have to support this application, and as you say, ward members have been involved in pre-discussions about this. There's no criticism of Mr. Callis at all, but it is rather galling that ward members were pointing out, and I think the view shared with Mr. Callis months and months ago, that the developer and the county council needed to pull their fingers out to move on with this school, because I very much doubt now that it will open in September, but we shall see. I hope. I mean, this has been known for a very long time, and I think we must learn the lesson for the second primary school that will go up as part of the Southern Development, which now, because of the desire for additional homes, is likely to be a 3-form entry school. But yes, I mean, the design, although it's still pretty utilitarian, I mean, it's good that it does contain a kitchen, and I think the play areas and grounds are adequate for the size of school. It is good that local councillors' views on cycleways and so forth have been picked up on, and there will be provision there. Picking up on Councillor Townsend's point, no, I'm sure almost certainly will be chaos, as every other primary school, even with better walking and cycling provision. And the roads wind around there, potentially quite dangerous. So I can see there'll have to be the installation of at least lights with flashing 20-mile-an-hour speed limit in this area. Why this can't be thought through at this stage is just, frankly, beyond me. But as I say, overall, Chairman, I support the application, and let's hope it's built as quickly as possible and hopefully open in September. If it isn't, there'll be difficulties for other schools in the town.
Indeed, it will have to wait another year. Let's just go to Councillor Semiodis as the 3rd ward member.
Yes, I just reiterate what you've both said as fellow ward members, that this school has been a long time coming, and certainly it is very welcome, and I look forward to seeing it open, and I definitely will support this application.
Thank you very much. Any other members like to comment before we move to a vote? Councillor Townsend, a little bit of a gesture with the hand there.
Well, thanks very much for backing me. I suppose all we can say is that when the chaos happens, I told you so. That I mean, we're not going to hold it up, but one might hope that lessons can be learned for the next school. Because I think it's really important, this thing of, you can't expect all parents to send their little kiddies with bicycles and God knows what. There is chaos outside almost every school, and it's so predictable.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hollowell.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll support the application, but there are a number of things that do disappoint me. I mean, this timetable that's been imposed, well, it's not really been imposed on it, be honest, because we can ignore it. But I don't buy the COVID argument, because COVID didn't stop the developer building houses and selling. So why didn't they get on with the school? I really don't like the roof vents. I think they look pretty dreadful. And I don't really like that slatted cream effect at the back of the school. I don't overall like prefab designs, because I've worked in these sort of schools. They're never very good. I don't like this idea of the tree screen being unfenced. It'll become a smoker's corner at one end and a lost balls area at the other, and staff will be pulling their hair out chasing kids. I think solar panels, I think every public building today should be fitted with solar panels. And with the EV points, it's a shame we can't utilise the core strategy, which was already in force at this time, to at least ask for ducting for EV points. So I just get the feeling it's probably a great improvement on what you saw originally, but it's still building on the cheap, really. But I will support it.
Thank you very much indeed. Any other comments before we move to a vote? I can't see any. In that case, well, through the chair, I'm happy to propose this recommendation, which is subject to those delegating to the Assistant Director of Planning and Economy permission, subject to the receipt of confirmation of no objection from both the LLFA and the Local Highways Authority and the conditions set out. So do I see a seconder for this? Councillor Johns, thank you. Leslie, would you go to a vote, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. We'll start with Councillor Bignell, please.
For.
Councillor Breeze.
Councillor Breeze put her hand up.
Was that for Councillor Breeze?
Yes.
Councillor Budden.
For.
Councillor Clark. She's for. She put her thumb up.
Thumb up.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Dallin.
For.
Councillor Hollowell.
For.
Councillor Johns.
For.
Councillor Pritchard.
For.
Councillor Samiotis.
For.
Councillor Surgeson Brooke.
She's muted at the moment, Leslie.
Councillor Surgeson Brooke, are you going to vote on this item? I'll come back to Surgeson Brooke. Councillor Townsend.
For.
Councillor Elaine Wiltshire.
For.
And Councillor Paul Wiltshire.
For.
I don't think that I'm going to get a vote from Councillor Surgeson Brooke, but that's unanimous anyway,
yeah.
Chair, so that's approved.
Wouldn't make any difference, no. Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. Well, let us move on then. We'll go away from Towcester now for our next application, which is Bishopstone Western Road, Morton Pinckney. And Geraldine Hardcastle, I'll call upon you as the case officer to describe this application for us, if you're with us.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so this item relates to the existing equine and pet crematorium at Morton Pinckney. It's for a new building retention of an incinerator, extension to existing building at the Pret Crematorium site. The site lies within open countryside at the bend in the road here, halfway between the villages of Morton Pinckney and Weston.
Geraldine, can you pan the drawing out better?
Yeah. There's a public bridleway that runs across the front of the site. So this is the site here. This is the road to Morton Pinckney and down to Weston. This public bridleway is a designated wildlife site. So I'll take you through some photos now of the site. So this shows the entrance to the site at the bend in the road. This shows the existing building here, the old incinerator, which has since been removed from the site, and then that's the new incinerator there, and this is the fencing that now contains the site. This photo shows an existing earth bund here, and that's the line of trees along the highway which helped to screen the existing site. This view is taken sort of on the bend, as if you're going towards Morton Pinckney. The trees, there is a good established tree line there. You can just sort of make out the incinerator behind the trees. That's taken looking back the other way, as if you're coming from Morton Pinckney. So the site is in here. That's a view taken directly from the road. Again, that's the new incinerator. Sorry, a bit quick there. That's another view taken from the entrance. This is taken within the site, looking back at the entrance. So that's the existing building. That's the new incinerator. So this is the main chamber for the horse carcasses. The old incinerator was just one big chamber. The new one provides two smaller chambers as well for smaller pet cremations, but they feed into the main incinerator, and it's just the one chimney. That's the existing building. That's the only building that exists on the site. That was the old incinerator, which has now been removed. These are skips that are currently in the open air, so exposed to the elements. And that's just a photo showing the sort of general sort of parking. This is the block plan. So that's the existing site with the existing building, the new incinerator there. So this is the entrance. A new visitor parking area will be provided there. That's the existing building with a new, an extension to that to provide the welfare facilities for the existing staff and also customers that will come and use the smaller pet crematorium service. And then this is the new building, which will house the, cover the incinerator and the main sort of working area, and allow the skips and things that we saw on the other photos to be undercover. This application follows a previously withdrawn, a previously refused application. It was refused under delegated powers in 2019 for a much larger building, which basically covered the entire site. That was refused. They then came back for pre-application advice and then submitted this current application, which we've sought amendments during the course of this application. So originally it came in for a scaled down version from the previous refusal. Again, it was just showing one big building to provide the covered area for the working area and the welfare facilities. We've been working with the applicants and agents to amend the scheme to sort of try and reduce the scale of the building, and it's been reduced down in height. The ridge line has been reorientated by 90 degrees to reduce the massing. It's now one new building to house the incinerator and to cover the main working area, and then as an extension then to provide the welfare facilities. That plan, that's the floor plan, shows the roof plan. We've also received an amended landscaping plan. So this is the existing earth bund, but they're looking to sort of bulk that up with additional planting on there and on this boundary here, and then to provide a hawthorn hedge along this boundary, because this area here is open agricultural land, and you've got the bridle path that comes up here, so the hawthorn hedging will provide additional screening on here as well. The principle of development for the building, the key issues are the principle of development for the building, because the site already has use established by the 2014 approval. Second key issue is the impact of the scale and design on the open countryside. Thirdly, the environmental impacts of odour and noise and the impact on wildlife. And these are discussed in detail in sections 9.2 to 9.23 of the report. With regards to responses, there's been a high level of responses to this application, totaling 31 objections and 51 comments of support. The main basis for objections is on the grounds of intensified use, scale of building, inappropriate location within the open countryside, odour and unsightly activities, and its impact on people and horses using the adjacent bridleway. These comments can be viewed in more detail in section 6 of the report. In terms of our environmental issues, the Environmental Protection Team have confirmed that they have received no complaints about noise and odour, and that the new incinerator meets with their approval and complies with the Clean Air Act. And DEFRA have confirmed that it meets with their approval for controls on low capacity animal carcass incineration plans, and also meets with the Animal and Plant Health Agency approval. In terms of updates, there are no updates to report. And I conclude by recommending that the application be approved, subject to the conditions outlined in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. If we could revert to full screen, please. If you could remove that. Thank you very much. Any members got a question you'd like to put to the officer at this point? Councillor Hollowell.
Thank you, Chairman. You've referred once or twice to a byway, a bridleway. According to my map, AV23 is a byway open to all traffic. And the second thing, I couldn't see on your drawings where footpath AV7 goes.
I'll share the screen again.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
So that's the path that comes. It comes up here in front of the site.
Yeah, that's the byway. And then I couldn't see in your photographs. I couldn't see where AV7 is running through the site there.
Well, I haven't got any photos of that.
Can you indicate on the map at all?
We can see it on the map, but I can't see it where it is on the ground.
Yeah.
It appears to me to be obstructed.
Can you clarify this for us, Geraldine?
So this public footpath here.
The red line.
So you've got that bridleway there, and then this footpath which runs down the edge of the site, which would be where the photo is of the earth bund.
Councillor Hollowell?
Well, I'm still not really seeing a footpath there.
Yeah.
Well, surely that's not supposed to be between the fence and the bund, is it?
Well,
if it is, it's.
Do you think that's what it is, Geraldine, between the fence and the bund there?
Yeah, I mean the earth bund's been there for quite some time.
It still seems to me that footpath is obstructed.
Do you want to make a further point on this, or you just have to leave it?
Leave it for the moment, Chair, and we'll perhaps discuss it later.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you very much. Thank you, Geraldine. If you go back to the full screen again. And any other members wish to ask her a question? Councillor Breeze.
Thank you, Chairman. Geraldine, you mentioned that there's no history of odour complaints on the site.
Environmental Protection have confirmed that, yeah, that they've not received any.
So in the list of objections, there's a dwelling that says they have to close windows due to horrid smell when wind is blowing. How close are the nearest residential dwellings to the site?
The nearest property is about just over 500 metres away.
Okay, thank you. And so if a residential neighbour or a neighbour did have a complaint, would environmental health respond straight away? Would there be a time lag? What level of proof or evidence would be needed of an ongoing issue?
Meaning whether someone's made a complaint and it's not quite been registered yet by environmental, or?
No, it's just that, no, I was just looking through the objections, and there are users of the bridleway and so on complain about smell, odour. Obviously, local residents have complained about odour, but nobody's complained. Nobody's obviously complained to the council, to environmental health, and there've been no investigations. But it was just a general thought that if there was if I rang to complain about an odour from a facility nearby, would I expect to have an environmental health officer come and investigate, or would it take a level of complaints before that happened?
I'm not sure. I can't speak for environmental services. I would assume it would be logged anyway as a complaint, and then I'm not sure what their protocol is for investigating it. But
well, we haven't got an environmental health officer here.
No, I just wanted to
answer that. But it's an interesting question as to how I guess if you don't complain, then you won't get anywhere anyway in that sense. But how far you get is a debate. Thank you. Any other questions you want to raise with the officer? All right, well, we have the benefit of a speaker, the agent, Peter Frampton, who I hope is with us, because he will be able to talk to us for 3 minutes. Are you there, Peter Frampton?
I am indeed, Chairman. Thank you.
Can we see you as well?
Oh dear, you want delights as well, do you?
Well, we would like to.
There we are.
There we are. Excellent. Right, well, you know the form. Speak for 3 minutes and then stay put to answer any questions. So if you're ready, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. The death of a horse or a pony can be intensely emotional, as well as presenting a logistical problem of how to dispose of the animal. Some may find this business distasteful. In reality, it is an essential and valuable rural service. There is no similar facility in South Northants. The nearest facilities are at Cold Ashby and Cambridge. Hence, this business is relied upon by local veterinary practices and the police to dispatch and remove dead equines, sometimes as a consequence of road traffic accidents or simply being dumped deceased on public land. Where horses die unexpectedly, a post-mortem may be requested. Presently, this has to be carried out in the open air in all weathers, as there's no covered space that is suitable. Geraldine visited the site with me, as you see from her photographs, in February, and will no doubt testify to the exposure of this site to inclement weather. It seems to me that the applicant's intentions to provide improved accommodation, to protect expensive plant from all weathers, to provide better working conditions and improve facilities for bereft clients are entirely reasonable and entirely consistent with national and local planning policy to support rural businesses. I've read the letters of objection and the claims made alleging disturbance. As stated, the nearest dwelling is half a kilometre away, and as has been said, your environmental protection team states this is a low capacity cremator. Environmental protection has not received any complaints regarding the site in terms of noise, odour or smoke, and our environmental protection understands the benefit in containing work within the building, which will aid the applicant to minimise fugitive emissions, minimise the attraction to pests, help keep the site clean and tidy to minimise the impact to those using what they refer to as the bridle path. Please consider these informed views against the assertions that have been made by some objectors. The two buildings are not of substantial scale. The small building is 3 metres eaves and 5 metres to ridge. The main building is 4.5 metres to eave and 6.6 metres to ridge. It would not be possible to position a skip inside this building if it is of lower height. The proposed height is not incongruous in the rural area. Outwardly, the building will be read as a typical agricultural building. Site licensing and the Environment Agency do not object. As heard, the incinerator complies with all regulatory requirements. In conclusion, this complies with national local planning policy, provides a valuable rural service. In terms of the footpath point, my understanding is the footpath is to the front of the fence that you saw. Whether there's an issue about obstruction to that footpath in consequence of the mound, I would suggest that is not an issue that impacts upon this application because the buildings do not extend beyond the established curtilage of the site. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Frampton. Any member wish to ask the agent a question, please? I think you may be spared. I can't see any hands going up. In that case, well, thank you very much indeed for coming this afternoon, and we look forward to seeing you, no doubt, at a future meeting on some other.
Indeed, sir.
Thank you. Right. So, if you like to remove yourself visually and audio-wise as well, I will now ask anybody who'd like to just open our discussion on this application, who would like to step forward and say something, or if you all. Yes, Councillor Johns.
Well, it's obviously a much needed facility. It makes every good sense to have the incinerator covered by a structure that, as the applicant says, is quite in keeping with agricultural purposes. It's a good distance from the nearest other houses, and therefore I have no problems at all with it, and will support the recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend.
Yeah, actually, things have changed, because it always used to be that the hunt, a local hunt, always picked up the people's horses and things. But this is also about small animals as well. It is about the most isolated spot, I think, and actually it shows that I've never really noticed it, and I do go down that road quite often, so it is at the moment particularly almost invisible. The only question I have is, what's the colour of the roof, and is that going to, because that is always important.
Well, let's ask the case officer. Geraldine, what is the colour of the roof, please?
It's tunnelized castle boarding on concrete panels with a composite roof. I need to confirm what the colour, but that is something that we condition if members think that a certain colour is most appropriate.
So pity, Councillor Towns, you should have asked Mr. Frampton. He might have known the answer to this, but he's gone.
Well, we could ask him, I suppose. Yeah,
He's
I could
gone.
ask those questions. But I think it is important to get that right. I mean, it should be darker. What we don't want is a white roof, I would suspect. A dark roof is always better, almost always better.
Well, Geraldine, you can perhaps note that we want a dark roof, or what the Councillor Townsend does, and not a white one. Councillor Elaine Wiltshire.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The only thing that worries me is this bridleway that's supposed to be on the bund. Could we have a condition in there to say that that bund needs to be lowered slightly in so that there is a bridleway alongside the railings there? Because I would have thought that the people that own that property will have put that bund there to protect, shield the bins.
Geraldine?
Well, I mean, the bund is in situ to sort of to screen the existing site. So I suppose by lowering it, you're reducing the screening.
Can I help?
Yes, of course you can, Mr. Ginny.
So if we've got a bund that's outside the application site and we've got a right of way that's outside the application site, then we can't really control them if they're through this application. Because according to the maps, then he's outside the application site.
We're just dealing with the application site, in other words.
That's right, yeah.
What happens outside is...
I just wanted to make sure that it was actually outside it and not actually on the fence has actually been put on the footpath stroke bridleway. It depends on the land registry entry, really, doesn't it?
Well, it appears from Mr. Seckington and I, we've had a look while the debate's been going on the mapping. And while there's two potential places that the line could be, they're both outside the application site, as far as we can tell.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Now, Councillor Hollowell, you may want to come in on this matter again.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map on the front of the report. We've got black and white copies. I'm assuming that the big black line is the red line of the planning application. That's the application site. That's what I'm assuming. Yeah,
the blue line.
Well, I don't know. So I've only got black and white map.
Right. Yeah.
So
this line here.
Tell me, where does the red line go?
Can you put your screen up again, Geraldine, so that you can answer the question, if you will, please?
So where's the red line?
Can I find another plan to show the red line?
It's no use providing us with a blue line. Okay, so that's the application site with the red line round it. The public footpath goes through the middle of the red line, doesn't it? So the footpath is affected by the planning application. Forget about buttons and fences and all the rest of it. We have a public footpath going through the middle of the application site. I'm waiting for somebody to say yes.
Geraldine, is that correct? The footpath going through the site that we're looking at.
So it's a legitimate material for consideration. Now, Councillor Wiltshire suggested a condition to deal with the public footpath. What I'm going to say is actually we can't do that. We can't make a condition because footpath diversion, which is really the only way to resolve that or to clear the way, can be dealt with by other legislation. But what we can do is to add an informative to the end, if committee are minded to approve it, we can add an informative to the end of the application, the consent, requiring or advising that the applicant keeps the public footpath free and open from obstruction throughout. That's a normal thing. Simple as that. Thank you, Chairman.
Can I come in?
Yes, Joe, Paul Seckington, yes.
Can I share my screen? It might help clarify matters. Bear with me. What hopefully you can see is the mapping system we've got. And you've seen the purple line that Geraldine showed on a mapping before, which is there. And you'll also see the dotted line, which shows the OS version of it. So we've got two lines that show the same footpath in different locations. And you'll see the OS version, which is the dotted line, is shown much closer to the road. And the purple line shows it in, more into the field.
Can you blow it up, Paul? So because that's not a scale that we can do anything with.
Well, as soon as I blow it up, you lose the dotted green line, hence why I was zoomed out a bit. Because the more you zoom out, the more you just get the OS plan. And then when you zoom in, you get the overlay to our mapping software, which shows the purple line of the footpath more into the field, running alongside the edge of the site. So whilst the red line of the application site goes up to here and encompasses the bund, the development area doesn't cross that footpath line. So when we look at the plan here, the red line goes all the way up to the edge here, but the footpath is indicated approximately along this line. So I think, Councillor Holwell, in all of this, you're right. I think the way forward is informative to look into the matter of the right of way.
I agree.
It doesn't go through where the incinerator in the building's going.
It may not, but it is through the red line area.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Well, point no doubt duly noted. If anyone else like to make an observation on this? No. Well, we have the recommendation before us, taking into account that addition of an informative concerning the footpath. Can I see someone who will be prepared to propose this? Councillor Button, thank you, and Councillor Pritchard seconding it. So, Leslie, shall we have a vote on this now, please?
Yep. So we'll start off with Councillor Bignell, please.
For.
Councillor Breeze.
For.
Councillor Budden.
For.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Dallin.
For.
Councillor Hollowell.
For.
Councillor Johns.
For.
Councillor Samiotis.
I don't think she's at the meeting at the moment.
Is she out? Councillor Surgeson Brook.
For.
Councillor Townsend.
For.
Councillor Elaine Wiltshire.
For.
And Councillor Paul Wiltshire.
For.
And I apologise, I've missed Councillor Pritchard.
For. Thank you, Leslie.
That's unanimous then. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, I have a clock in front of me and I'm going to ask what the committee's general opinion is on matters. It's 12 minutes, 13 minutes past 4. We're kind of halfway through the agenda and I see a rather clear signal from Councillor Bignell with the letter T that he's, so I'm going to agree to that unless anybody violently wishes to go on. Now, I get the feeling we don't. So we'll have if we break now, we resume at 4:30.
Well, 4:25.
4:25.
All right. All right, well, perhaps you have kettles that boil more quickly. So 4:25, we'll see you back here. So at the moment, thank you for watching on YouTube. We'll be back at 25 past 4.
And could everybody make sure they've got their microphones and cameras switched off, please, for the tea break?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. And a message will be displayed on the screen for webcasting purposes.
Yeah.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the Planning Committee of Southwell House Council. We're into part 2 of this afternoon's proceedings. I think all the members of the committee are pretty well back with us, and so thank you very much indeed. We move on then to item 10 on our afternoon's agenda. It's in Nether Hayford, and this is land to the rear of Denbrook, Weedon Road, and Tom Ansell is the planning officer on this one. So Tom, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Just so you know, I'm having a little bit of difficulty just starting my video camera.
Right.
If you bear with me, I've been testing it throughout the meeting, but of course it's failed at the most crucial of times, as these things happen to do. If you just let me, I'll very quickly leave the meeting and rejoin it, and I think that will do the trick. So I'll be 1 minute.
Thank you very much indeed. We'll do that. The technology works pretty well by and large. I hope that you're finding it satisfactory if you're watching at home or wherever you are watching. And so we have, just to enlighten you, after this next application, we have 2 applications from Blakesley, and we also have an application, Greens Norton, and also there's an issue that we're turning to at Toaster as well, plus a summary of various appeals of late. So as we await to see if Tom is back with us, he will be telling us about this next application. This application is for a detached single-storey dwelling to land to the rear of Denbrook, Weedon Road, Nether Hayford. Now, is that a positive signal that Tom is joining us? Are you there, Tom?
Hello.
You are.
Yes,
we can
it's
see
worked.
it. Right. Excellent. Right.
Great,
So if you're ready to kick off on this application, it's all yours.
Brilliant, thank you. Thank you for your patience with my technical difficulties there. Just bear with me 1 moment and I'll share my screen so I can go through the application site with you. Okay, so you should now be able to...
Yeah, that's fine, we can see it.
Fantastic. Okay, so the application before you relates to a parcel of land situated to the southwest of a single-storey bungalow, which is known as Denbrook. The land is accessed via a track joining onto the Weedon Road, which is to the northeast. The site was relatively overgrown when I inspected the site in July, and as you can see, the aerial photograph shows it as being sort of green with trees in it. I have since been shown photographs that suggest some of this vegetation has been removed. None of it was protected by planning regulations, but it's just something I thought was worth mentioning. I'll move on to the site location plan. This is the application plan submitted with the application. So the plot outlined in red backs onto properties in Roberts Field, and flanks dwellings that are addressed Furnace Lane, which is this road here to the southeast. At the time the site was inspected, the mature trees and planting were growing along this boundary here, and a brick wall was observed along this boundary here. A watercourse runs northeast to southwest along the northern edge of the site between the site and number 1 Weedon Road. So the watercourse is about there. So this application was received with the plans before us being considered now were not the plans originally submitted. The plans that were originally submitted we felt needed to be revised to address concerns we had about amenities. So I'll just show you quickly the plans that were originally submitted to the council. So this was the original site layout plan, and what it shows is a U-shaped bungalow in this corner of the site here, with the parking and landscaping sort of around it, and the elevational treatment of the building it hasn't changed. It's still a brick dwelling with a slate roof, but you'll notice from the layout that it was a 4-bedroom property with a bedroom with windows here, basically within the U, and then 3 other bedrooms on the side and at the front. So the council had concerns about the amenities, but more of the property, the future occupiers of the property itself, and that stemmed from potential overlooking of the garden space. That's the wrong plans, I'm sorry. Overlooking of the garden space from these properties here, the side, this is basically the only garden available, and also the quality of the outlook of the bedroom window in the U-shaped here, which, as you can see, it would be quite dark. It wouldn't really receive that much natural daylight. So what we did was ask for some amended plans, and the amended scheme is here. So as you can see, the bungalow, which is slightly larger now in footprint, has been rotated within the plot, which moves its amenity space a little further away from the properties in Robertsfield. And the site layout, the internal floor space, it's now a 3-bedroom dwelling, and bedroom 1 now has amenity windows on both sides. I think the internal layout has been kind of resolved a bit to make it sort of more compatible with long-term amenity, light received and things like that. So what I'll do now is I'll just show you some photographs of the site, and I'll start off by showing you the view from the street scene. So this is taken from Weedon Road, looking towards this bungalow is Denbrook, and then we rotate around slowly so we can see the site. So the site is actually beyond this fence that you can see here. This is the garden of Denbrook, the boundary fence. So the site is behind this, and you can already get the impression of how the levels change between the road, Denbrook, the site, and then Robertsfields is kind of a staggered, goes upwards as you head into the site and towards Robertsfields. So we just rotate a little further. That's just a house. That's number 1 Reedon Road that I referred to earlier. So you can see it's architecturally been modified in the past. So it's a variation in this part of the village. This is on the other side of Weedon Road, looking towards number 1. And now we're going to rotate the other way. So this is Denbrook, and now we're looking up towards the site from the access point. So this is where the proposed access is going to be taken. This land is all highway amenity land, and there's also village green, designated village green there as well. And we rotate a little further just to look at the properties that are sort of in the vicinity, and finishing with the bakery, which is a sort of red brick with slate roof. I will now look at the site access a little more closely. So this is the access track, which is used by this property and other properties, as you can see. And then this is the current track into the site, which is currently gated. This is just back out towards the highway from the same vantage point. Within the site, looking back towards the access, the gate that we were just looking at, and then we turn slowly around to look at Denbrook and its boundary treatment. So you've got the bungalow there, which you can clearly see the level difference, and then its fence, which delineates its garden boundary. So now we're looking into the site from within the site. So we're standing at one end of the site looking in. There's a brick wall that I referred to. That's along the boundary of a property that's on Furnace Lane. And then we're turning around. Those dwellings are in Robertsfield. And you can see how the land levels change, and they're sort of elevated. And you can see it was quite verdant and overgrown when I inspected it. A little closer shot of the properties in Robertsfield behind the site. It's difficult to really appreciate because of the boundary, the vegetation on the boundary, but you can get a good impression of the difference. I think about 1.3 meters in height difference between the land levels within Robertsfield and the site itself. I can check that on the proposed site plan in a minute if needed. And finally, photographs from within the site looking out of the site from a distance. So you can see the watercourse runs just on the other side of this bit here, and there's number 1 for Weedon Road and its garage, and then as we move around you can just see Denbrook here. So those are the site photographs. Just to look at some of the other interesting sort of plans. This is the conservation area appraisal plan, the adopted appraisal, and just I highlighted the site in the corner here, so I'll just zoom in on that a little bit. You can see other significant buildings, non-designated assets shaded in brown. Listed building number 22 is in red, and here you can see the access is close to the green, which is a registered village green and an important open space as designated by the appraisal. The issues for consideration here are the principle of development, the visual impact of the development, including its impact on the significance of the designated and non-designated heritage assets, the impact of the development both on amenities of adjoining properties and the future occupiers of the proposed dwelling, the impact of the development on highway safety, and flood risk. I should mention that this part of the site here, which is not shown on this plan, is flood zone 2, but no built form or any kind of operational development is proposed within this area. The dwelling and its operational development is in the flood zone 1. In terms of constraints, as I say, it's now within the settlement confines of Nether Hayford, which you can see running here. It was previously outside the confines, but it's now inside the confines following the adoption of the local plan part 2. Nether Hayford is a 3rd category secondary service village. The site is adjacent to the conservation area, which you can see in pink here. And it affects views into this or towards this heritage asset. It is in close proximity to other significant buildings. In terms of updates, I noted that the condition 13 of the scheme did not, it related to EV charging points, and it did not reflect the position of the council as given in policy INF4 of the local plan part 2, in that the condition originally asked for just ducting, and it should be asking for equipment to be of AC level 2 standard or alternative equipment of no lesser standard of efficiency. So I propose that the condition is simply reworded to reflect that. Following considering of the merits of the application, officers recommend that it is approved subject to the conditions listed in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you very much indeed. If you could exit that broader screen now, and I will invite any members of the committee who so wish to ask a question. Councillor Pritchard does. Go ahead.
Thank you. On your first slide, perhaps it was just a view, but when you look at the picture of the roof, it seems incredibly high compared to things like the bungalow Denbrook. When you look at some of the others, they're very much lower pitched roofs. Is there a reason for that? Because obviously, as I say, it's a single story bungalow, but the pitch of the roof is very high.
Yes, I agree. The picture of the main sort of element, the bit that fronts will address Weedon Road in a sense, is quite steep. I think, yes, Denbrook has certainly got a shallow pitch, and that gives it a very, very low profile. And I think the design approach taken here was to create something that nodded at the variety of architecture in the vicinity, but did take architectural cues or design cues from the more traditional buildings, which tended to have steeper roof pitches. And again, the material palette would also reflect that, being sort of a red brick and slate roof. So I think that the overall height of the building it's still a single story building. There's no accommodation proposed within the roof, no roof lights or anything like that. Previously on this site, there has been quite a lot of history, with the most recent application being for two-story dwellings, which was appealed and dismissed at appeal. So this approach has been taken to address concerns that were made in respect of massing and overdevelopment of the site at that stage.
Because when you look at the bakery and other things, they still haven't got the same sort of pitch as this particular bungalow.
I'll just revert to my photographs. But yes, I think the steepness of the pitch, I think, mainly comes from the narrowness of the platform. It's a very shallow. The main wing of the building is quite shallow, front to back, and the ridge height, I think, has created this slightly sharper sort of roof pitch. But my personal view is that it's not something that I am concerned about in terms of knowing the height. I think I put the dimensions of the building in the officer's report. I'm quite satisfied that it will appear as a single story building against the context of surrounding development.
Okay, thank you for that, officer.
Thank you very much. Any other questions of the officer? Councillor Townsend?
Well, I mean, looking at it, it obviously is a technical question of whether you can have a thing on this site, given the narrowness of that entrance. That's what really worries me, what struck me as I looked at it. Are we absolutely certain that is, I mean, it's a terribly narrow little bit where that gate is. It looks to me, is it presumably technically, it answers the right questions?
Yes, the access is something that I noted in the report, because it does arrive at a pinch point where the gate goes across. I have acknowledged that the site has had, it's been sort of a paddock or a pasture. I think it was historically garden land as well that belonged to one of the dwellings. That's been, I've been advised of that in responses to the application, although I haven't received evidence to confirm that to be the case. But I think given that its most recent use was likely more agricultural, albeit it's a very small patch of land, my conclusion was that a single dwelling using it would be no more impactful or harmful than how it could be accessed or used if it were to be used as a small plot for somebody doing sort of very low level agriculture, growing, that kind of thing.
Very low level.
Very low level.
Have you other questions, Councillor Townsend?
No, not really, I don't think.
All right, well, in that case, thank you very much. Anybody else got a question at this point? Yes, Councillor Elaine Wiltshire.
Yes, just a quick question. As there was a two-storey property going to be built on it originally that got dismissed, can we actually put a clause on this bungalow to say that they cannot extend into the roof or turn it into a two-storey property? Because a lot of people do go up into their attics and create rooms.
Yeah, certainly. It's something that crossed my mind as well, given the history of the site and its constraints in terms of its size and its relationship in particular to the conservation area and the surrounding built form. I have proposed the removal of PD rights, permitted development rights, for all classes A to D. That includes not just physical extensions to the building, but roof extensions as well. So it would cover even the installation of roof lights if they were to not do anything to the building but go up into the roof space. So the council would retain control over the external appearance of the building and its scale.
Thank you for the clarity on that one.
Thank you very much for the question. Any others? In that case, thank you very much for the moment, Tom. We have a speaker, Dave Collins, who is the agent, but he's not with us live. We have a recording. So Leslie, I will get you to play that recording, please.
Actually, Chairman, I noted that Mr. Collins is actually being let into the meeting. So can I just ask Mr. Collins if he wishes to speak to the committee or if he, he's come to the meeting?
Well, we'd be delighted to hear from him.
Are you there, Mr. Collins?
I can see he's there. But,
I can see his, yeah. So
yes. Dave Collins, can you answer? Yes, hello. Right, are you there? You are.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, can we see you as well, please?
I'm not sure how that works on this machine, so I apologise. I don't think you will be able to see me.
All right, well, are you happy to do your address now, lasting 3 minutes, do it live rather than recording?
I will do, yes. Let me just, if I can just bring it up on the screen again, I'll say I did that.
All right. Yes. And we're delighted to have you with us, and we can hear what you've got to say. We can ask you.
I'm not sure I was going to get in, so that's the reason why I've recording in. Let me just log into this machine as well, so
all right.
I can see where we're going.
Oh, we await you logging in, and
nearly there.
You're nearly there. Well, that's excellent. That's good. Wonders of technology.
I know, it's all
very exciting. Yes.
Right.
Right. You're in business?
Very nearly. Sorry.
No. We're a patient lot.
Sorry, the other machine is just loading this my comments now.
Yeah. All right. Just to remind you, you have 3 minutes when you start.
You've just used them all.
Well, no, I think we'll be. I think we'll be a little bit generous here. I don't think you've actually started yet, Dave.
No, I'm ready. I'm ready when you say go.
Right, off you go then. 3 minutes. Off you go.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for allowing me to address the committee. I'm Dave Collins. I'm the agent on the application. So pleased that the application is recommended for approval, and I agree with Tom's introduction. The issues are the principle of the development on the site, whether the access is acceptable, and the effect of the access on the conservation area, together with the proposal, how the proposal would affect the amenities of the neighbouring residents. The application is for a 3-bedroom bungalow, as a revised from what was a 4-bedroom bungalow previously. The site is within the village confines and is surrounded by existing residential housing. The submission of the application did follow quite a lot of pre-application discussions with officers, and as Thomas said, has been amended since the submission of this application and during the course of the application. Only the access onto Weedon Road lies within the conservation area, and there are, I think my view is that there are only very limited glimpse views of the site available from Weedon Road, and not really from any of the parts of the village or the conservation area. The highway boundary extends from the metal carriageway in Weedon Road across the green to the site entrance. The Highway Authority have raised no objection to the proposed access, which is as previously proposed in the earlier scheme, which went to appeal. The appeal inspector on that scheme commented that although the access crosses the village green and improvement works are proposed, I find that its location along the existing access to number 29 and the garage to the adjoining property of Denbrook would lessen the impact of these works. As such, I find that the works to the access would preserve the character and appearance of the conservation area. With regard to the residential amenity of the proposed dwelling itself, the proposed dwelling itself is sited well away from the neighbouring properties. The closest properties in Roberts Field, which to the rear of the site, are 15 metres away, and only a bathroom and utility window are proposed on the elevations that face that property, those properties. The separation distances to the other properties, including Denbrook and number 29 the Green, as well as number 1 Weedon Road, are 23 metres, 30 metres and 24 metres away respectively. None of the properties in Furnace Lane are within 40 metres of the site boundary. Overall, the proposal, I believe, meets the development management and policy criteria for residential development, and I would hope that the application will be approved. Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you very much. We'll stand by. And does anybody like to ask a question of Dave Collins? We've got him here, so if you've got a question, you can ask it now. No, I think you're going to get away with this, Dave. There's nobody wants to ask you a question, but thank you very much for attending the meeting. And
thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. All right, well, now let's move on. We have the ward member. I'll go to him first. Councillor Bignell. You're not switched on yet. No, we still can't hear you.
You can hear me now.
Yes,
yeah?
Now.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Right, yes, thank you, Chairman. I'd like to begin by thanking the case officer, Tom, for all the time and hard work he's put into this application. This site has had quite a lot of history, of 4 proposals going back to 2016, all of which have been refused. In 2018, the applicant went to appeal, and this was again dismissed on the grounds of form and size, plus at that time the site was outside the village confines. These applications were for 2 dwellings and would have been dominant in this setting as judged by the inspector. The site, however, is now within the village confines, and so the applicant has sought to propose a dwelling that is acceptable in form, position and size to cause the least amount of harm to the surrounding area. Whether you as the committee believe this has been achieved is a matter of you all to judge. This site is close to the conservation area and its impact needs to be considered. The surrounding properties are a mixture of block, render and brick, so it's difficult to have any cues as to what building materials would be appropriate. In my humble opinion, the group of buildings, including the bakery at the front, which we saw in the pictures, are in a traditional red brick, and if the committee is minded to accept the application, I would ask that the case officer to look at this style of brick as the preferred material. Finally, a lot has been made locally of the access to the site and who owns that land. It's not in the gift of this committee to consider ownership of that access, as it is a legal matter, not in a planning consideration, and for the application to prove he has those rights. So as a committee, we can only judge the design and setting of the building within the stated red line. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Any other members of the committee like to observe on this matter? No, nobody has much of an opinion on this. So to that extent, I'm looking for somebody to propose the recommendation then.
No discussion?
Well, it appears not. The opportunity was there. If people don't want
So
to...
I thought you were looking for questions as opposed to discussion. But
No,
that's okay.
I was looking for discussion, but they don't want to. Councillor Hollowell, you're proposing it, I take it.
I propose that we accept the officer's recommendation.
I'm grateful. And a seconder, please, from Councillor Cooper. Thank you very much indeed. Leslie, over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. We'll start with Councillor Bignell, please.
4.
Councillor Breeze.
4.
Councillor Budden.
4.
Councillor Clark.
4.
Councillor Cooper.
4.
Councillor Hollowell.
4.
Councillor Dallin.
4.
Councillor Johns.
4.
Councillor Samiotis.
I'm abstaining.
Councillor Pritchard.
4.
Councillor Surgeson Brooke.
Sorry, 4.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
4.
Councillor Elaine Wiltshire.
4.
And Councillor Paul Wiltshire.
4.
That's been approved then. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, let us proceed. We now turn to Blakesley. We'll have 2 stops here. We're going to start off with this is number 11 on our agenda. This first one is outline application for the erection of a single self-build dwelling and the paddock adjoining Blakesley Village Hall, Blakesley. Samuel Dix is going to take us through this one as the planning officer. Samuel.
Before we start, could we just ask Mr. Collins to leave the meeting?
Oh, I do, but I thought he'd gone. But yes, if you would leave the meeting, Mr. Collins, and
okay, no problem.
Thank you for your attendance and everything. All right, let's go now, if we may, to Samuel Dix on this Blakesley application, the first of them.
Thank you, Chair. Just by way of housekeeping, I'm the presenting officer, but the report before you is from Mr. Ashley Bidwell in respect to both applications. I'll just share my screen now.
Chairman, could the officer speak up a bit?
Yeah.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
A little. Well, you could speak up a bit more, actually, because some of us are a bit hard of hearing.
Move the microphone or something? I don't know.
I'm guessing the microphone is working from your laptop, not your headset.
Oh, is it? Right.
Maybe, I don't know. I'm just guessing.
How would I change that?
Go down to the mute thing at the side, click on the arrow to the right of it, then you'll get a selection of which input media to use.
Microphone. It says headset microphone.
Yeah, then it should go through to it.
Shall I shout? Is that a bit better?
Yeah, that's better. We can all hear that, can we? We are happy with that.
I'll pretend you're in the room with me, and I'll shut.
Well, we want to pretend that anyway. So
absolutely. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. As the committee will be aware, the next 2 items concern separate applications for single dwellings in essentially the same location in Blakesley on adjoining parcels. Therefore, what I intend to do is to give you one single overview of the wider site as part of this presentation, as well as an explanation of the distinction between the 2 proposals. So just to make you aware that when I refer to the site, I'm referring to both applications that you can see on these aerial photos here. This item, this particular site shown on the screen now, that is the first item that we'll be talking about. There are specific updates in respect of the second application that we'll come on to once this item has concluded, if that's okay with you, Chair. But the starting point is that both applications, both physically and in policy terms, are mutually exclusive. So members are perfectly entitled to reach a different decision on each one, as is obviously the case because they are separate items on the agenda. So with that in mind, I will just move on to this location plan for the first application. The site comprises just under half of a paddock here that is around 1/4 hectare in size on the eastern edge of Blakesley. It is bordered by existing dwellings to the west and by the village hall and associated access road to the south. It's probably a bit easier on the aerial photograph. So this is the village hall located here to the south, and this is the access road, private access road to the village hall from the east. The village confines run along the northwestern edge of both sites. So for this one we're considering now, you can see that running along the northwestern edge there. And for the following application, it clips the northern edge of that particular application as well. I do have some photos just to share with you. Bear with me. Okay, so this is stood on the private road to the village hall with the application sites plural to the left of us here. If we just scroll down, you will then see a slightly better impression of this paddock. And this is essentially the corner that is proposed for development as a result of the two applications. The first item, the item we're discussing now, will comprise a dwelling roughly left of shot here, with the second application more in the foreground towards this corner. This is more square on in just south of the just north of the proposed access point. So again, the proposed self-build dwelling, the one we're discussing first, will be located towards the middle of the shot, with the exception site located to the right-hand side here. This is again from the same position, looking left up towards the village hall. You can see an existing field gate access into the paddock there, which is also approximately the location of the proposed access. This is the view from Greens Norton Road at the entrance to Blakesley. You can that rather nondescript white sign there is the entrance sign into Blakesley. This is the private road to the village hall on the left, and the application site is located just to the left-hand side behind this hedge. And this is looking the other way towards where the last photograph was taken on the way out of Blakesley, and the proposed access at the proposed sites will again be on the right-hand side behind this hedge here. And I've got just one final photo just showing you the context of the wider paddock. As you can see, it's set to grass currently with existing residential properties here and along the western edge of the site as well. Both applications are in outline with all matters other than access reserved for future determination. An indicative layout showing how each dwelling may be laid out has nevertheless been provided, as shown here. The first item we're discussing now comprises this dwelling on the left-hand side, which is the self-build proposal. The second one, which we'll come on to, comprises this dwelling here, and I'll bring this plan up again once we come on to that item. There are no elevations that I can show you because the application is in outline, but you will note there's a condition in the recommendation seeking to restrict the height of this dwelling to a single story, and that would be formalised through reserved matters in due course. Turning to the specifics of this item and this particular self-build plot, as outlined in the report, in secondary service villages like Blakesley, Category B service villages, policy LH5 of the new local plan states that proposals for a single plot self-built dwelling that adjoin the confines, as this one does, will be normally permitted where they contribute towards demand on the council's self-build register. The report explains that there are currently 55 entries on the register, and whilst none of these are specific to Blakesley, the requirement for a local connection is in reference to the whole district. So this plot would be considered to contribute to the general demand that is on the register. The only written update in respect of this first application is a further response from the Highway Authority, reiterating their previous concerns. This matter, alongside all the other technical issues associated with the application, are included in the report. It's recommended permission is granted subject to the completion of a legal undertaking that will ensure the design, build and occupation of the dwelling is a self-build. That concludes the presentation, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. If we now go to the full screen again, and we have the case officer there. Have you got any questions you'd like to put to him? Anyone? Councillor Hollowell, please.
Thank you. There is a question about turning areas for refuse, for recycling lorries and so on. Have we got any tracking diagrams for this application? I'm talking about the application we're dealing with, not the next one.
Yeah, there's a highways technical note. I don't believe there is any tracking diagrams within that I can show you, unfortunately. So I think the assessment in the report is based on on-site judgment by the officer.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions people would like to put at this stage? I look around. Councillor Pritchard.
With regards to, you mentioned that there obviously is reserved matters with regards to being a single story development. Is there anything with regards to determining what the character of the development is going to be?
Yeah, so that would be dealt with under the appearance of the reserved matter. They can apply for appearance as a reserved matter, and that will be dealt with then. Our usual design guide standards would apply to that in terms of expecting a nice stone dwelling, for example. But yes, that would be reserved matters.
Thank you very much, officer.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Just a reminder, I think we've had too many of these self-build applications as to how it differs from, they're obviously allowed to, I appreciate now that they're allowed to build on the edge of villages. Are they going to build it themselves, or is it just built by a builder who they will, how does it actually work?
So yeah, I appreciate the committee haven't got many of these. We're dealing with a lot of them as office under delegated authority. The way it works, there is legislation set up to encourage self-build properties. The way our policy works is, first of all, they have to demonstrate a local connection, which is dealt with through the self-build register, and then the legal agreement associated with the application will oblige the applicant to have ongoing involvement in the design and the build. So we, as part of the legal agreement, we would have evidence submitted to us proving that the applicant has had discussions about the specification of the dwelling and that they are commissioning the build. They won't literally build it themselves, but they will have to prove that they are commissioning the builder to do it. It's not being it's being built to their specification.
Thank you very much indeed. Anyone else want to ask a question of Mr. Dix? I don't think so. Well, now we do have two speakers. Leslie, I think they're both recordings. We turn first to Robert Russell, who is a local resident.
Once again, Chairman, Mr.
Yes.
Russell has decided to come to the meeting, and I do believe that we have him in the meeting. So if you could make yourself known, Mr. Russell, if you're here.
Hello, Mr. Russell. Can we see you, hear you?
He appears to have dropped out, Mr. Chair.
I can't actually see him on my...
I can't see him.
I admitted him a couple of minutes ago, but he appears to have dropped out.
Right, can we try to get him again? But because we want to do this in the correct order here.
I don't think we can actually get him, can we, unless he's trying to join the meeting.
No, he's not in the waiting room either.
No, well, in that case, because meetings have to continue in an orderly way, we will have the recorded version of Mr. Russell, if we may, Leslie, who's a local resident.
Mr. Russell.
You need to share your audio as well, Leslie.
Oh, have I not? Sorry. I've lost my... Sharing the wrong thing.
On this site, there are numerous constraints restricting development. The site is in the open countryside, outside the recently approved village confines. It is adjacent to the Blakesley Conservation Area. There is possible archaeological interest and a high chance of great crested newts. The land sits high above the public road, so any development will dominate as you enter the village. It should be stressed that the applicant intends to access his site via a private road owned by the parish council. You will have noted that they have objected to this proposal. I see from the submitted block plan that the internal access feeds the balance of the paddock, which indicates possible future development. In the past 40 years, I have never seen a recommendation for approval by a case officer when his own strategic housing and planning policy teams object to that proposal. The highways have voiced concerns and are unsure of the applicant's intentions, while the conservation officer confirms an effect on listed buildings. The case officer seems to have reached the conclusion that because there is a policy for rural exception sites, he can support this proposal. Policy LH3 does allow permission for development where, firstly, the applicant can demonstrate that they are unable to access a suitable home currently available on the open market within the parish, A week ago, the applicant confirmed this housing was for his daughter who lives at home. He has had initial discussions with the parish over converting the barn behind the village pub. They own this and another property in Wood End, which questions the need and lack of access for a suitable home. Secondly, the applicant needs to demonstrate a strong local connection to the parish. The applicant lives at Blakesley Heath Farm, which despite its name is actually in the parish of Maidford, not Blakesley. Thirdly, on the requirement for affordable housing, there is no legal requirement placed upon the applicant or their successors in title to ensure that this is maintained in perpetuity. Without this, it will probably be sold before long on the open market for a high price, not at an affordable level to a local. You can't slice and dice policies and not satisfy the set criteria. On the self-build application, the criteria must also be met. I hope that you'll take the advice of your strategic housing and planning policy teams, as well as the views of numerous objectors, the parish council, and refuse these applications. End.
Thank you. Well, that was Robert Russell, a local resident in Blakesley. Now we can hear from Richard Colson, who is the agent. Over to you, Leslie. This is on the first application.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Colson of CC Town Planning, and I'm the planning agent acting on behalf of the applicants with respect to this outline application for a single self-build plot. We welcome the recommendation before you given the extensive pre-application discussions and post-submission dialogue with your officers over the past 12 months. In terms of a background, the site sits adjacent to the settlement policy area of Blakesley. Policy LH5 of the recently adopted Part 2 local plan supports a single self-build dwelling in a Category B village where the site is immediately adjoining the confines of the village, where it helps to meet demand as demonstrated by Part 1 of the Council's Self and Custom House Building Register and is compliant with other policies of the plan. The scheme is compliant with policy in terms of its location, adjacent to the settlement boundary, the fact there are 55 entries on the Part 1 register in general, which equates to sufficient demand for such. In this case, the applicants have a local connection, having lived in the village for many years, and the proposals will demonstrate ongoing involvement in the design process. As the application is in outline, this would come forward via any subsequent reserve matters application. All of these matters are controlled via a unilateral undertaking in any event, so that SNC retains control. The applicants have confirmed their acceptance of this, as laid out in the committee report. They have also agreed, and it is proposed to be conditioned, that the property will be single-storey only. Notwithstanding the support of officers, you'll see that the Highway Authority, whilst not objecting, have commented on the proposed scheme. They have not, however, objected on highway safety, which is a key point. With respect to highways, the applicant engaged a highways consultant throughout the process who confirmed that 1. The access does not compromise highway safety. 2. The indicative layout plan shows there is ample turning space and parking. 3. The proposed access is sufficiently wide enough based on policy. 4. The proposed access is sufficiently wide enough for a refuse vehicle and ample areas for passing. 5. With regard to a footpath, there is an existing footpath present to the south, which is the rear of the village hall, which leads along the playing field and play park to the centre of the village to access the shop, post office, school and pub. There is therefore no need for another given the small scale as proposed. Given these points, officers agree with the submitted information and ultimately it is acknowledged that there are no issues of highway danger. Initially, there was also an objection on ecological grounds. However, further work and reports were carried out by Nature Space and the Council's ecologists, subsequently recommended conditions based on the extra work carried out. In conclusion, officers of SNC agree that this site is acceptable in all terms for the reasons laid out in the committee report. Given this background, I hope you can agree with the recommendation in front of you today. Thank you.
Thank you. That was Richard Colson, who's the agent for this particular application. Well, we'll now proceed and I call upon one of the ward members, Councillor Sandy Smallman. I hope you're with us. Councillor Smallman, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
Yes, please go ahead. You're as board member.
Chairman, a bit like the planning officer, my notes, my arguments that I'm going to put forward really cover both of these planning applications. And so to save you having to sit and listen to me reading them all again for the second time for the second application, can I say now that please, whatever I say for the first application will actually is relevant to the second application too. So obviously it's incumbent upon us as elected members to use our very best endeavours to ensure we consider every detail of every planning policy very carefully, with the aim of continuing to keep our villages as special and as unspoilt in planning terms as we possibly can. And it's in that context that I requested that these two controversial Blakesley applications be called in to the Planning Committee for determination. And I thank you, Chairman, for agreeing to my request. There are many concerns by a lot of people regarding these two applications, and having studied the Planning Office's reports on the first one, the following facts stand out, and I'm not going to repeat all of Robert Russell's points that he made, because that's that is just taking up more of your time. So there are 19 letters of objections from residents of Blakesley and none of support. The site is outside the village confines and in open countryside. It is adjacent to the conservation area. It affects the setting of a listed building. And there's also a probability that the great newts, as Mr. Russell mentioned, are present, and the site is of archaeological interest. All reasons that militate against development. The proposed access road to the site is in the ownership of the parish council and is the private access to Blakesley Village Hall and playing field. The parish council object to the application. The application does not accord with policy R1 of the Joint Core Strategy, as there is no housing need, Blakesley having already met their housing requirements. The report also states that the application is not compliant with policy S1 or H1 of the Joint Core Strategy. Policy R1 of the Joint Core Strategy can allow for development only under exceptional circumstances, and there appear to be none. Any development of the site would inevitably reduce the amenity and the quiet enjoyment of the residents of Hillcroft and Hillcroft View, whose gardens are very shallow and would inevitably be impacted upon. So there are 19 letters of objection to this application. There are 18 letters of objection to the second application, and they're all reasonable, entirely reasonable. The parish council objects, the 19 residents object, NCC Highways object on the grounds that the access road, even were it not in the ownership of the parish council and the private access to the village hall, is entirely unsuitable for residential use. I understand that SNC's Conservation Ecology also object. Our own strategic housing team object. The primary school is not sustainable, as I understand it is already at full capacity. There are already a number of road safety issues in Blakesley, speeding traffic, which have been brought to my attention by parents, and at times these have dangerously affected the children walking to school. Policy SS2 of our local plan part 2 states that there should be no unacceptable loss of undeveloped land, open space, or locally important views, and this development would not comply with any of these three. In effect, this application seems to satisfy none of the planning requirements and is objected to by so many of the involved parties, which I feel should not be ignored. You will note from the report that in 2015, an outline planning application for 9 houses, yes, 9 houses on this site, was withdrawn by the applicants. There is a real concern among residents of the surrounding properties and residents in the wider village community that if these applications are approved today, it will open the door to further development of the site in accordance with the withdrawn application of 2015. There's also a real concern that with the advent of South Northants Council being subsumed by the West Northants Unitary Authority, we will no longer have any control over any future development of our South Northamptonshire villages. So it is essential that we do our best for our residents now. The report recommending approval for this application seems to be based really on only one premise, that it accords with R1 of the Joint Core Strategy on the grounds of exceptional circumstances, of which, of course, as I said, there appear to be none. Chairman, I'm not alone in failing to understand why, after all the hard work and serious consideration that goes into the making of our planning policies by both officers and elected members, that when it comes to the determination of planning applications, how can our own policies be ignored? Surely this cannot be right. I note that in the officer's recommendation at the end of the report, there is a further recommendation that is already set up for action to be taken if the committee refuse the application. So I ask you, therefore, in view of all the circumstances and on the basis of the objections by so many to this application, that you will please use your good offices to refuse it and bring into effect the planning officer's further recommendations. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Smallman, the local ward member. All right, now we're discussing at the moment the application erection of a single self-build dwelling. We will turn to the other application later. Can I ask for anybody who'd like to comment on this? Councillor Bignell, your hand was seen first.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Sorry, Chairman. Yeah, we talk about 19 objections, and that's absolutely right. They're listed in the report, and I've been through all 19, and I can't substantiate one of them, to be honest. We talk about things like access to the site. Well, we've just been through Denbrook. Access isn't the consideration or in the gift of this committee to talk about. So what they do, we're just talking about within the red line. So all this rubbish about access got nothing to do with it. I mean, it says that the road is owned by the parish council. That is erroneous, but we're not going to that. So we don't need to consider that. There's talk about the footpath and people going to the road. Well, nobody uses that road as a footpath because the footpath is down by the side of the village hall. From that point of view, and we talk about the impact on the buildings. This is an outline permission. There is no detail given, so we don't know what impact it has because we have no idea what the buildings look like. We just have indicative floor plans. So the officers, whoever decides it after the indicative floor plans or whatever plans come along, will then decide what impact it has on the ecology. We'll look at the ecology, and it claims that there's a whole zoo here, barn owls, bats, red kites, badgers. It just goes on and on in objections. I mean, that hasn't been substantiated. It just goes on, and you know, they are policy compliant. Both these are policy compliant. We did spend a lot of time getting the local plan sorted out, but there are exception sites. Exception sites are affordable houses. Exception sites are self-builds. Both of these which they fit into. So I'll rest my case at that point and may join back in later.
Thank you. Just to note that the rural exception site is the second application. So at the moment we're considering the self-build. Let us go to Councillor Hollowell, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to go into a couple of points on this one. And I want to go into it in some detail, but I'll be as concise as I can be. And I want to emphasise what you just said, Chairman, that the application we're considering now is the self-build application, and the arguments and the policies concerning this application and the next one are quite different, so they have to be considered separately. As the officer, let me just first of all deal with the background to this and the need for the 106. The officer explained that this whole thing about self-build and custom building started with the 2015 Act. The 2015 Act influenced the NPPF, and the NPPF influenced Local Plan Part 2, and in particular policy LH5. That's the background to it. The problem with this is that when the Whitehall Wizards came up with this idea, not knowing very much about planning, I don't think, they had in their minds a kind of a demand-led market where a young couple would turn up at our doorstep and say, look, we can't afford a market house, but we've got a spot just outside the village confines somewhere. Can we have full planning permission to build a self-build house there? And we would probably have said, well, all other things being equal, maybe, yes. The trouble is, in practice, a lot of these sites coming forward are supply-led. it's landowners saying, oh, I've got a bit of land over there just outside the village confine. If I could get outline planning consent for that, then I can sell it on as a self-build plot. And if that was allowed to just happen like that, we would lose control of what happened at the reserve matter stage. We wouldn't know what they got, who you were selling to, whether they were local, whether they're on the register. And we would end up with planning enforcement officers running themselves ragged till the end of the century. So that's why we need this 106 agreement. So it's got nothing to do with infrastructure that we on the committee normally deal with. But we need this undertaking from the applicant to ensure that this will be a genuine self-build project for perpetuity. So that's why we really need to do that. That's my first point. So what I'm saying there is we're really relying on officers to come up with, I'm sure they already have done, but we are relying on you to come up with a really watertight planning agreement so that there are no abuses allowed into the system. The second thing is then, following on from that, so the policy is LH5, and LH5 reflects all of the material going right back to the 2015 Act, and it sets out the details and the conditions upon which an application qualifies as a self-build project. Now, in 4.6.4 of the local plan on page 43, what it does is to explain a little bit about one of the items which is necessary for this to be a self-build project. To be a self-build project, it must be a plot which is serviced. And a serviced self-build plot is defined in our local plan as a parcel of land with legal access to a public highway and at least water, foul drainage and electricity supply available at the plot boundary. Now I'm working on the plan again that we've been given at the front of the report, which is a black and white plan. I'm assuming that the solid on mine, the solid black line is the planning area. When you look at it, you see that it doesn't have a legal connection to a highway. It's existing as an island in the middle of nowhere. Now, it may be that that plot does have some sort of legal access to a highway, but there's no evidence of that in the report. I don't know who owns a private road, but a private road is a private road. And if it belongs to somebody other than the applicant, he can't show that he's got access to a highway. If he did, then that application site should have snaked down to the road and to the highway and showed us exactly, what we're talking about. And the same thing applies to the county council complaint about requiring a footway, and we're saying, well, we could use RC4, but we have no evidence here that this guy has got legal access to RC4. Now, in the last application at Nether Hayford, Councillor Bignell was absolutely spot on. In a normal way, it's not our interest regarding easements and access and so on. But this is the one exception that LH5, because LH5 does require the applicant to have a legal access to a public highway. And he clearly, on the evidence before us, he doesn't have that. And so as far as I'm concerned, this is an automatic refusal. This is completely different, though I stress, to the next application where different policies are at risk. To me, it's literally black and white. On the basis of what we have before us this time, it should be a refusal.
I'm grateful for that. I just wondering it might be useful if I call in Samuel Dix. You've raised some points there about whether the plot has legal access to the public highway, for example. Can you enlighten us any further, Mr. Dix?
Yes, my understanding is that was discussed during the course of the application. It's also my understanding that there is a legal right of access to this plot along the private road, and indeed that the applicant owns it. Why that isn't within the red line, I completely accept Councillor Hollowell's point. It would have been logical to have included it. But my understanding is that the case officer and the preceding case officer are assured on that point. Can I also just quickly, whilst I'm on, correct an answer I gave to Councillor Pritchard earlier, that there is a tracking diagram that I can show you if that would help inform the debate.
Indeed, perhaps we'll go to that in a minute. But I'll just be quite. We don't want to lose sight of that business about the legal access to the highway. Councillor Hollowell, do you want to come back on the answer you've just heard there?
Well, I want to see the evidence, really. I mean, the purpose of the report is to give us the full set of facts, and to say that the various, the previous case officers have been convinced that there is illegal access. Well, I mean, did they go as far as, for example, the first thing I would do for £6 would be to download the land registry entry to see if the applicant really does own that tract. I mean, that's the quick and easy way. I mean, if that was done, can that be shared with us?
We have been provided with that, yes.
Yeah, it's been provided, Steve.
Well,
can it in the report? You see, does it?
Well, we only got it today.
Be that as it may, is it possible that it can be shared with us, as Councillor Hollowell is asking? Is that not an unreasonable request?
You're on mute, Samuel.
You're still on mute.
If you bear with me, I just need to dig it out of my emails. So
yes, we're happy to bear with you.
Okay, so I'll share my screen again if that's okay.
Yes, please do.
So this is the title document we've been provided with. And I must admit, I have not fully digested it myself, but I understand this does show that they own this, the access point, and that the access to the, as I understand it, the access to the village hall was built on the applicant's land, possibly erroneously, as far as I'm aware. I did speak with the parish clerk earlier about this point, and I am aware that as a result of seeing this plan, they have withdrawn their concerns regarding the ownership of the access. I appreciate that's slightly different to the self-build policy, but it is context in terms of what the parish council's views are.
Well, that is what you've been told, that we haven't got the actual written submission from that. Councillor Hollowell, sorry to labour a point, do you wish to come back at all, having seen this?
Well, you would need to read the schedules really to make that, and also again, why is it in black and white?
I don't know. This is I've just been provided this at face value. I don't know why it's black and white.
Can you just scroll up slowly? Scroll up to the. Yeah, I can't read it, but it's better. I would like more time to have looked at that, to be truthful. And scroll down again. And then the drawing again. What? So the road is G to F. Is that the road to the?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, without the colours, I don't know. I just don't know the colours. But thanks for trying.
If it would assist with any legal undertaking that will be submitted with this application, it would need to be reviewed by our solicitors anyway. So we could add something to the recommendation to the effect of asking them to be sure that the applicant has legal access.
Yeah, I wonder, Chairman, if committee are minded to approve this, we usually have what we usually have is some wording to the effect that we delegate it to the Assistant Director of Planning to give consent subject to a completed 106 agreement. And I think we ought to add to that, subject to satisfaction that they do, that they do have a legal access to highway, if we're minded to give that consent.
We could do that. We might indeed do that. We could also bring in Matthew Barrett as the legal representative. I think his view at this stage, since he's here, might be helpful. Matthew?
Just unmuting my microphone. Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Look, I mean, the plans show clearly that there is a physical access via a private road onto onto the highway network. We're not talking here about, you know, having to knock down lots of protected trees or even knock down houses or what have you to get onto the road. Gaining that access is a private matter between developer and landowner. I mean, it's not unusual for a developer to come along and say that they haven't got access at the moment, but if they get planning permission, then they will acquire that access because they'll be able to go out and negotiate a decent price for it. And I think to say that the application should be turned down because people cannot prove a legal access, it's setting a very, very dangerous precedent.
I think Councillor Hollowell wasn't necessarily suggesting turning it down, quite the contrary, but he was attaching those points, the legal points. Can you answer to that, please?
Well, I don't have any problem with attaching those legal points. The only thing is that if they can't prove that they've got legal access now, what are we expecting officers to do?
Choose it.
Councillor Bignell, do you want to add something?
No, I totally agree with Councillor Hollowell. You know, if we can't decide here whether that's what that diagram represents, we should delegate it to the officer, subject to that being what we think it might be, whatever we decide. But I think it's fair that they take it away and look at it and come back with a recommendation in terms of.
Well, we have that option. We also have two other options to turn down any application or defer it. Councillor Hollowell.
Just finally, while we're talking, I've just downloaded it from Land Registry, and it's a completely different map to the one that Simon just showed us. My suspicion is that they do own it, but they haven't shown it in their application. And I do dispute with Matthew. In this particular case, it really does matter about the access, because that's the planning policy. In all other planning policies, we're not interested, but in this one, the self-build one, we do really need to know that they've got legal access to a highway. And they may well have, but they just haven't shown it properly in their application.
Well, we have the opportunity, if you so wish, to defer any decision today, pending more information, which we seem apparently on the basis of what you're saying to be lacking. But before we go to that stage, I'll ask other councillors to join in their comments. Councillor Johns.
No, I was going to support any suggestion of deferral. I think Councillor Hollowell's points are well made. In this particular case, the access is relevant because it's an exception site for self-build. So I would feel very uncomfortable with approving this application today without that matter being resolved. So I'll leave it open to other members to debate further if they wish. But other than that, I'm quite happy to make a proposal to defer.
Thank you. Councillor Surgeson-Brooke. You had your hand up. Are you able to? Councillor Surgeson-Brooke?
If we defer it, would it run out of time?
Okay, Samuel Bix, would it run out of time if it was deferred?
I believe from my records, it is already out of time, but we could agree another extension with the applicant for posterity.
Well, it says on the plans here, expiry date 19th of November 2020. So that is gone, as you intimate. All right, Councillor Bignell.
If we're the only consideration is the legal ownership of this thing, I don't understand why we would defer. We just condition it that the officer looks at it and says, is this right or wrong? And that's done. There's no point wasting another month just so Samuel can go away and look at something. If we're happy with the application, which I'm not suggesting we are, if we're happy with it bar this one point, we can just ask the officer to look at that, and if it's legal, it's done. I don't see the point of deferring it for a month for just that one point.
Well, indeed. So, Matthew Barrett, solicitor, you had your hand up. You wanted to speak again.
Yes, I think I agree with what Councillor Bignell's just said. There is no reason why you shouldn't simply say subject to officers being satisfied that the applicant can obtain legal access to the highway network. Now, how we are satisfied will very much depend on what we're told. If somebody can show us a document that says, oh yeah, we own all of the road, well, that's an end of it. If they don't say, well, we don't own all of the road, but we will do because we are negotiating for this, that and the other, then, well, that's going to be a matter of judgment for your officers, a judgment which you expect them to exercise day in, day out. I mean, quite frankly, deferring a matter like this for something of that relatively peripheral issue. I do appreciate Councillor Holloway's point about the policies, but it's an issue we can sort out and bring it. I query whether bringing it back to members in a month's time is really going to be a good use of committee time, of officer time, and, you know, frankly, of delay for the applicant.
Well, thank you. Yes, as chairman, I would just say that it is down to the committee. If we are not satisfied, then it is incumbent upon us. Councillor Jones has already suggested this, that we defer the matter. It is up to us as the committee. Is our view. Sorry, was it who wanted to speak then? Was it Samuel?
Paul Secondton.
Sorry, Paul Secondton.
It was me. Clearly, there's concern over the point of access, and clearly, if we can resolve that it's, you know, legally owned by them or can be secured access over, then there doesn't seem need for it to come back to committee and wait a month, 5 weeks, whatever it is, to the next committee meeting. How about a recommendation that was delegate to officers to solve the issue that we're talking about, and if it can't be resolved, then it comes back to members.
Thank you. I think but yes, before we go on, Councillor Pritchard, you want to say something?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can I just get a particular point clarified? When we state with regards to, from a self-built perspective, that access to the public highway has got to be a criteria, does this also mean that you can access a private right-of-way onto the public highway? Does it mean to say that unless you actually have direct access to it, it's not acceptable?
All right, it's Samuel or Paul, which you're going to answer that one.
I'll have a go if that's all right.
Yes, have a go.
It's simply legal access. So in effect, what you'll have here is you'll have a private drive onto a private drive onto the highway. So it doesn't really matter how many private drives there are, so long as there is a legal right of access over them to the highway, that is sufficient.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, now, anybody else who hasn't said anything so far would like to give an opinion on the application we have before us. Then you may not like it, you may love it. If you haven't said
anything,
Elaine
Wiltshire.
Elaine Wiltshire, yes, thank you.
Yes,
Wiltshire.
Thank you, Chair. I think we need to go ahead and have a special condition on there with regards to getting the legal rights regarding the driveway. The private driveway, and carry on with it. We've had other developments before when it's on private roads, so I can't see any difference with this, to be honest.
We've never had a self-build before, not committee.
No, probably not self-build, but we have had several others where it's a small build.
Well,
no, this is separate. This is a different policy.
Right. Well, look, what we have before us is this application for a self-build dwelling. That's what we're talking about this afternoon. So do I see a proposal either to accept the recommendation as laid before us or a contrary proposal duly seconded? I see Councillor Bignell, you put your hand up. So what are you actually saying?
I recommend we accept the proposal with the condition that the case officer looks into the legal ownership of that drive and has legal access onto the highway. Thank you.
Thank
Chair.
you, and thank you very much. Can I see a seconder for that? Councillor Cooper, thank you very much indeed. So that is the recommendation before us. So Leslie Farrell, over to you to have the vote.
So just to clarify that this is for approval, but subject to officers being satisfied that the applicant can show legal access to the site.
Yes,
So
that is correct.
I'll start with Councillor Bignell then, please.
4.
Councillor Breeze.
4.
Councillor Budden.
Jane.
Councillor Clark. Councillor
4.
Clark still with us? Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
4.
Councillor Dallin.
Against?
Councillor Hollowell.
4.
Councillor Johns.
4.
Councillor Samiotis.
4.
Councillor Pritchard.
Abstain.
Councillor Surgeson Brook.
4.
Councillor Townsend.
Abstain.
Councillor Elaine Wiltshire.
4.
And Councillor Paul Wiltshire.
4.
Thank you.
That's 10 for, and
Yes.
1 against, and 2 abstentions. So that's been approved.
Thank you very much. Well, we move on then to the second application in Blakesley. Just to be clear, this is our outline application, access included for a rural exception site, single dwelling, the word exception being critical here. Samuel Dix, over to you again.
Thank you, Chair. Is my microphone okay again now? Conscious.
Yes, it's loud and clear.
As discussed, I don't intend to go through the context of the wider site again, but I will just bring up the site layout just so we can clarify exactly what we are talking about. So just to clarify, we're now talking about this dwelling here, which, as you've said, is the rural single plot exception site. The policy context, what I intend to do is just run through the key points in the report on this particular type of application, and also give you an important written update. The policy context is different. It does not comprise a self-build dwelling under LH5, but is instead an exception site under policy LH3. This is intended to bring forward affordable homes on an individual basis where it can be demonstrated the intended occupier is not able to access a suitable open market dwelling in the village. So contrasted with the first application where we were talking about general self-build demand, this dwelling would be granted on effectively a personal basis due to a specific individual need. It would nevertheless be secured as being affordable in perpetuity by a different separate Section 106 agreement to the first application. There's a very important written update to the recommendation for this application, which has come about due to ongoing uncertainties in whether the evidence provided by the applicant is sufficient to meet the requirements of policy LH3, which you'll be aware is a new policy, and it's fair to say is bedding in. Colleagues in strategic housing are still of the view that further details are required to justify the need for the dwelling, and as such, the recommendation to grant permission is now subject to the receipt of further evidence that is satisfactory to strategic housing, so sufficient for them to remove their objection. To date, we've been provided personal information regarding the intended occupier's address and employment status, but it's anticipated that we'll get further information regarding what other suitable dwellings there are or are not locally, and of course the level of discounts that this dwelling will need to be subject to. The context of the site and other technical matters affecting it are the same as the previous item, and again are addressed in the report. The recommendation is that permission is granted subject to the receipt of further housing evidence, as I've outlined, the conditions in the report, and the completion of a separate legal agreement. So that's all I was going to say on that one, Chair. I can go back through the photos if it would help.
Unless the committee wishes you to do so, I think probably we've got a good enough visual view. So if you revert to the full screen now, I'm happy obviously to take questions now to the officer, which might prompt him to go back to the pictures. Councillor Townsend.
Could we just go back to the screen and just to make certain I got it right, because I'm getting very muddled with this, and that we're looking at both of these applications, the previous application and the other one, because they seem to, in their when you look at the outline plan, they look as though they cross each other. But then you look at the picture here, there are two buildings. Are they both then to be built together? I mean, is that would that be the fate of this bit of ground?
Can we have the screen up? Then we
Yep,
can
I can.
Fair point, just to be clear.
I have. This is actually the same drawing for the last application. If I was to
Yes,
bring up the proper
right,
one,
the model's there.
this red line and blue line would swap around basically, but it is exactly the same drawing. They overlap on the committee report purely so, in the instance that the committee was to make a different recommendation on each, purely so that this access, so that the private drive to the private drive, as I called it earlier, purely so that would remain in place regardless of the decision committee make on each application. So they do overlap because they have that same this same stub road here effectively. So that's why they overlap.
There seems to be a very unsatisfactory the whole thing, really, but there we are.
Do you want to ask another question?
No, I mean, we've got there. I mean, I can see where we are now, but I'm still quite unclear, really, as to what. It just is very muddling. You've got these two applications and with overlapping things. So, but there we are. We'll see how we go.
All right. Any other members wish to ask Mr. Dix anything at this moment? Yes, sorry, Councillor Johns.
It's sort of a question. I mean, again, it's intriguing though, because when we look at this drawing with both properties, it seems to disprove what the arguments were that we discussed earlier, because this plot takes away the access to the highway. The only access is off the proper road, but anyway, it seems very contrived. It does, yeah. I'll comment later.
All right, much obliged. All right, in the absence of further comments at this point, obviously you can in a moment. We have the agent speaking to us yet on this one. So Leslie, let Richard Colson have his say on this application, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Colson of CC Town Planning Limited, and I'm the planning agent acting on behalf of the applicant with respect to this exception site proposal for a single dwelling. In policy terms, LH3 of the recently adopted Part 2 local plan allows for the principle of single plot exception sites adjoining the confines of a Category B village, such as Blakesley. This site adjoins the confines of the village, so physically it cannot be doubted that the application meets the principle of the policy. Criteria 1 to 3 of the policy seek that 1. The applicant can demonstrate they are unable to access a suitable home currently available in the open market in the parish. 2. The applicant has evidenced strong local connection to the parish. And 3. The dwelling meets the council's current definition of affordable housing and will remain affordable in perpetuity. Since the committee report was published, the applicant has provided more information as part of the application in relation to the criteria, and although this has been provided as an update by the officer before this address, I will state it again. The applicant is Florence Hopewell. She currently lives at the family home in Blakesley, which is at Blakesley Heath Farm. She is 29 years old. She has a strong local connection. She moved to Blakesley with the family when she was 3 years old, so has lived there for over 26 years. She lives at home with her parents and with her boyfriend. She attended Blakesley Primary School also. For the past few years, she has managed the Plough-In pub at Everton and sings professionally. As her father owns the site, then it is ideal that she can build a property on here as an exception site for her and her boyfriend to live in. As a result of the virus, the pub has been closed for 8 months and the events industry is non-existent, leaving her in a state of unemployment. She has kept herself occupied and has been forced to explore new ventures. She undoubtedly fits the profile of somebody seeking an affordable home. This is precisely the type of person and situation for which the policy is adopted for, to aid a local person to get a property in the village within which they have always lived. Given this, there is no doubt that the applicant qualifies under the terms of policy LH3. On other matters, similar to the previous application, you'll see that the High Authority, whilst not objecting, have commented on the proposed scheme. They have not, however, objected on highway safety, which is a key point. The points and justification as laid out as part of the previous application and in the committee report clearly cover this point for the sake of this application too. Ecology. again, similar to the previous application, has also been overcome subject to the imposition of conditions. In conclusion, we welcome the recommendation before you, given the extensive pre-application discussions and post-submission dialogue with your officers over the previous months. It is clear that further information stated within this speech and submitted as part of the application ensures the proposal complies with policy. In any event, a legal agreement attached to the permission here would secure the occupancy in perpetuity. Given this background, I hope that you can agree with the recommendation of your officers in front of you today. Thank you.
Thank you. That's Richard Coulson, who's the agent for this particular application. Okay, well, let us now have a more general discussion. Although, actually, I noticed that Councillor Smallman is still with us as the board member. Would you care to say anything specific? I know you said your bit, but you're welcome to say a bit more if you want to on this application.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to say Mr. Coulson has said on a number of occasions that Florence lives in Blakesley, but I understand from Robert Russell's comments that she lives at Blakesley Heath Farm, which is in Maidford. So I'd just like to correct that if that is correct. I would just like to say too that it would be nice to know if any one of the committee had actually given any considerations to the feelings of the residents of Blakesley, but apparently that's not the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smallman. If we now have a more general discussion, Councillor Johns, you were hinting that you would say something more in the comments stage, and I think we're at the comments stage now. If you want to say something.
No, sorry, Chairman. I mean, it's just that these situations are always very frustrating, and that given the time has already run out on this application, you would have thought there was plenty of time for the applicant to have provided sufficient information to have satisfied our strategic housing team, and yet the objection still applies, which doesn't sit very well in an exception site, and I hope members will reflect on that.
Well, we have two councillors who wish to speak. Councillor Pritchard first.
Thank you, Chair. Just a particular point is with regards to the applicant, obviously demonstrating that she's local and so on and requires to live in this property. What would happen if we actually gave approval for this particular application, and then the applicant then through some various efforts or some various excuse then decides that she doesn't want to actually occupy or live in this building? What happens?
Well, Samuel Dix, perhaps you could answer that one. It's an interesting question.
I can, yes. So the Section 106 agreement that we put in place for this dwelling would specify the level of discount over market value that this dwelling can be sold at. So, and that will depend on the first occupier's financial circumstances. So this is the additional information that we're waiting for. You heard from the agent as to the characteristics, if you like, of the occupier. What Strategic Housing are after is a more detail, and it is very sensitive, it's a very delicate matter, that more detailed finances effectively over what this individual can afford. So if it turns out that she can only afford 50% of what the market rate of this dwelling would be, it would be written into the Section 106 that dwelling can only thereafter be sold at 50% of market value. But that percentage at this stage, I can't give you any clarity over what that percentage is.
If I may just also comment, is when you look at the footprint of this particular house and also being detached, it doesn't look to me as though it's affordable.
Well, what is affordable? We'll leave that one in the air.
How big's your purse?
Well, you could say that, but I haven't. Let's go to Councillor Surgeson Brooke. Can you unmute, Mary-Ann, please?
Mr. Chairman, I would have thought this would absolutely open the floodgates, because lots of people want houses, and sometimes they have to be moved to a different village that they don't want. But my sympathies would have been very much if somebody had been disabled, needed to be near their parents rather than just wanted to be. And I'm very unhappy with this. That's all.
Well, no, that's short and sweet. Thank you very much. Councillor Budden.
Thank you, Chair. I abstained on the first one, and I intend to do exactly the same thing again on this one because it's outside the village confines, and that's what I feel is important. We turn down other sites. I think this one should be turned down as well.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Who else would like to opine on this? Councillor Bignell.
Yes, thank you. Oh, I'm unmuted, Chair. Yeah, Councillor Budden makes a point. Earlier this year, we were having loads of things outside of village boundary, but this isn't, since we signed off the policy in July, whenever it was at full council, this is an exception site and is allowed outside of the thing. It's policy compliant, you know, whether we like it or not, and perhaps a lot of us don't like it, but policy says that self-builds or affordable housing is allowable outside, as long as it's on alongside it, it's allowable out the thing. So my point being, sorry, I'm getting to it a bit slowly, if we turned it down because we didn't like it was outside the village boundary, we went to appeal, we'd stand absolutely no chance because we're contrary in our own policy. So that wouldn't make any sense. No, it doesn't make any sense. If we want to, you know, we need good policy reasons to turn it down, and I haven't seen one yet, and that would be my position currently. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. Councillor Elaine Wiltshire.
Yes, thank you. Just another point. On the other side of the road, heading north, there is another property, 1.2 meters. What is it? Is it a house? Is it some sort of a building there? Can somebody enlighten us, please? Because that is also built on, if it is a property, it is also outside the confines.
Well, that's housing as far as I'm aware. Answering your question. Let me get anyone else want to comment at all? Councillor Townsend.
Yeah, I mean, just following on from this, there was an application. I know we're not allowed to talk about precedent and all the rest of it, but there's an application for 8 houses originally, as I understand, across the whole of this thing. We've had 2 exception sites now, apparently coming in for the first time in Diwali. As to what happens when the next needy person comes in, does it go next door? I mean, where does it all end, and what are the controls? I don't really see much control. All I see is, yeah, it's an exception. We've got to be nice to someone, nice to someone else. And before we know what happens, they'll be nice to half the county.
Well, I think, yeah, I was going to get Paul Seckington to answer this because it's an interesting general point you raised, Paul. If you're still with us. Yes,
I'm still here.
Yes.
Yes. So
open the floodgates, or in effect.
Well, it may appear so, but it wouldn't do in reality. There, obviously, we've got a new local plan that sets down criteria in which somebody has to meet in order to benefit from this policy. In addition to which, because it's a fairly new policy, we're setting out a new housing SPD that goes into more detail to ensure that only people that really do qualify for this type of housing get permission for this type of housing, and it's all about the financial situation of the applicant, their connection criteria, and other matters, which is why you've got a slightly different recommendation in the updates to ensure that before we delegate to officers to make sure this person actually does qualify. Is there other buildings in the area they could actually utilize? Have they done a local search? Is their financial situation such that they can't afford a dwelling on the open market, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it could open the floodgates to applications, but it wouldn't open the floodgates to permissions because there's a strict criteria that we need to assess these applications against. There was a couple of points made about which parish does Blakesley Heath Farm be located in, and if I share my screen,
it's near Maidford, isn't it?
Hopefully you can see this. So this is Blakesley Heath Farm, which shows like farm buildings on this side, and I assume the farmhouse on this side. And if I click here, it tells me this side of the black line is in Blakesley Parish, and this side of the line is in Maidford Parish. So it does appear as if the dwelling house and farmhouse is in Blakesley Parish. But that's another thing we can double check to make sure that they meet the qualifying criteria. There's also mentioned they've been to the school and other things. And so we just need to make sure that it does actually qualify, and there is more strict criteria that they need to meet regarding this policy. If I answered the question sufficiently, Chair.
But in other words, there's a long checklist then you're
Yeah.
saying before the go-ahead is given, where approval to be recommended this afternoon.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, I think
Well,
you do. Well,
okay.
Councillor Townsend, perhaps you didn't. What do you want
Well,
to say?
no, I mean, I think the proof of the pudding is going to be in the eating. I mean, it's all very well to say that we've, you say that, but I mean, there's endless people who are most unfortunately in need of this, that, and the other. And you've got to have something which is quite strict. I hear what Paul says, but I think we'll have to wait and see. I can't see there's anything else we can do, but I am pretty worried about it. I think we could be in real trouble.
Well, we have before us this application. We have always the opportunity to vote against it, defer it if we wish to, or abstain
Mary Ann
rather.
Surgiston-Brooke.
But the Councillor Surgiston-Brooke is going to say something first before we get you there.
May I just ask another question? Is this going to be built by a housing association who will then own it and then in the future be able to decide what to do with it? I mean, who is normally only housing associations are allowed to build houses of affordable, etc.
Mr. Dix?
It won't be. It will, as far as I'm aware, it will not be managed or owned by a housing association. It will be owned by the applicant. Unlike a self-build, they can do what they want in terms of design and build. They can hive that out if they want to. Most likely, I suspect they would effectively build it themselves through a regular local builder.
Councillor Surgiston-Brooke?
And then they'll be able to, when this lady moves on or dies, they'll be able to let it to anybody else they like.
At a discounted value. That so, as I said earlier, it will be held in perpetuity at a level below market value. I don't know what that level is, but it will only be allowed to be sold at that lower value. However many times.
Very nice for his children and grandchildren and great grandchildren.
Let us move on. Councillor Hollowell.
Yeah, just a couple of general points, Chairman. I mean, from our point of view, the problem is that the NPPF in recent times has kept adding different classes of what Paul Brunage calls housing products, and so the LP2 has had to be modified in its later stages to match the NPPF, and that's why we've got all these new housing policies like LH2, LH3, LH4, LH5, and so on. It's just endless. That's our difficulty. And the second point is, although these are new to the committee, they're not necessarily new to the officers, because they've been dealing with a lot of these under delegated powers pretty well, I think, since August, September time. But I mean, everybody's still feeling their way with it. And yeah, potentially some of these policies are open to abuse, and all we can do is be as tight as we can with using the planning agreements. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you very much. Does anybody else want to say anything? Councillor Johns?
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is that in general terms, affordability is usually 80% of market value, certainly in terms of rents. I mean, I'd be in favour of supporting this application, provided it's with the agreement of strategic housing on the legal agreement, and we ensure that affordable is affordable, and not leave it as a loophole for the landowner to just get an exception site, because that would be grossly unfair. And I think part of that, the case for the person who seeks to occupy this house as an affordable property would also need to prove that there are no other, the reasoning why they have to live in Blakesley.
Mr. Dix, can we have what I think he's asking for, guarantees in effect?
That's the gist of the revised recommendation. That's exactly what it says.
Exactly what it says, right? Not just the gist; it is the exact.
Well, yeah, not word for word, but yeah, that is its effect.
Yeah. All right. Anyone else want to say anything, or shall we move to a recommendation on this one? I mean, the recommendation before us is, as you see, granting permission subject to conditions and subject to the receipt of further housing evidence, which we've been discussing at some length. So is a councillor? Yes, councillor.
I think we need, Chairman. I think we need to be tighter than further housing evidence.
Yes. Well, all right. Well,
it needs to comply with our policies from strategic housing for affordability and the rationale by which the person moving in will have there's a rationale there for them remaining in Blakesley.
Right. Well, if that could be incorporated in, I mean, Councillor Bignell, you put your hand up. Would you be agreeable to that addition?
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to support Councillor Johns and what he's trying to achieve, and I was just making sure that Officer Dix is going to implement that as we see it as a committee.
Mr. Dix, are you happy with what is, well, not happy, but you are aware of what is being said here, as it were?
If it's, as I understand it, Chair, you were offering the motion to approve subject to the written update.
Yes, but we then had but just a little bit more than further housing evidence. We want.
If you'd like to specify, you could put something like in brackets after further housing evidence to include local affordability criteria relevant to the applicant, or something along those lines. We can flesh out what that means.
Well, I think you've got the thrust of what the committee, two members of the committee, are saying here, and providing you adhere to that, I sense that Councillor Johns and Councillor Bignell will be content. Is that right?
I'm happy.
Well, what we wouldn't want to see is that it's 99%. What mark?
No, we want 100%.
No, we don't want this to slip through as like we say, an exception. It needs to be a true and realistic proposition.
If I can just
add
in, so the requirements of the sort of new guidance that's about to come out is that the development that, if we approve it today, would have to meet the definition of low-cost home ownership as defined as affordable housing in the NPPF. It needs to demonstrate no suitable alternatives, i.e. within the parish, and they meet the affordability criteria. They need to demonstrate a strong local connection, and it needs to be affordable in perpetuity. They're the sort of the 3 or 4 main things I've said that we need to make sure, and this is what we will do moving forwards to ensure that we approve it only on those terms, and then make it sure that it retains that forevermore.
Given those conditions,
with that condition, I move that we go to the vote to approve.
All right. Well, I think Councillor Bignell, you originally moved it, and I'll take Councillor Johns as the seconder on this occasion. Can we now go to a vote on this? I think, Leslie, are you clear what the proposition is here?
Sorry, not 100%, but can we just say that subject to this criteria with the actual wording to be delegated to officers? Is that rather than me try and get down now?
Yes, Mr. Seckington had been, we could spell it out for you afterwards.
Chairman, perhaps those local connection and affordability issues will be dealt with in an obligation, wouldn't they? For us to maintain it in perpetuity. So
as long as we're sure of that, I think that's
so the decision is subject to a legal agreement to secure local connection and affordability criteria.
Chairman, presumably a question to Mr. Newton. Presumably that then goes on to the deeds of the property.
Well, yeah, it's the planning obligation would run with the land. Yes. Yeah, so it's the only way to change it would be to apply to us to change it, or to supersede it with a separate application, which we can say no to. We can say no to both of those things, in other words.
So we'll say subject to a suitable legal agreement.
Yeah, a planning obligation. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you'll obviously put more detail into that afterwards. Yeah. And so it's absolutely explicit. All right. Well, we've got the proposed. Leslie, yes, Councillor Holwell, sorry.
Chair, I'm sorry. It was just following on what Jim said.
Yeah.
I don't think any planning obligation that we attach to this will not automatically go on land registry. There's a land charge, not automatically. I don't think it would be good if it did. I think we have to do something about that, Jim. I think that's probably a legal thing.
Well, let's get the legal view.
Yeah,
Matthew.
that's a legal thing. Yeah.
Matthew Barrett?
Right, planning obligations run with the land and they're registered as a local land charge, not on the land registry. But it's just as binding. So, you know, any solicitor doing their job properly on conveyancing will find out the obligation, will advise their client that they're going to be stuck with it as anything on the registered title. Perfectly normal process.
All right. Well, I sense we're all sort of, without prejudging the vote, we understand what we're voting on now, and we're content that the content of the recommendation is sufficiently wide to encompass the views that have been expressed. And I'm seeing nods, so that's good. So back to you, Leslie, to get the vote.
Okay, thank you. So I'll start with Councillor Bignell.
For.
Councillor Breeze.
For.
Councillor Button.
Abstain.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Dallin.
For.
Councillor Hollowell.
For.
Councillor Johns.
For.
Councillor Pritchard.
Abstain.
Councillor Samiotis.
For.
Councillor Surgerson Brook.
Abstain.
Councillor Townsend. Councillor Townsend.
Abstain.
Councillor Elaine Wiltshire.
For.
And Councillor Paul Wiltshire.
For.
So what's the result, Leslie?
That's 10-4, so that's approved.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, now then, we're working Mr. Samuel Dix very hard this afternoon, because we go on to the next application. Would you believe he's going to be the case officer of that one? And this is at Greens Norton. So take it away, Sam.
Thank you, Chair. I have been the case officer throughout this one, so should be a lot more familiar with it for your questions in due course. I'll just share my screen. This application is in outline with all matters reserved other than access for future determination. The proposed development is the erection of up to 69 dwellings on land south of Blakesley Hill in Greens Norton, as shown on this plan here. The application site comprises this parcel of land just under 3 hectares in size, located on the northwestern edge of Greens Norton. I can bring up a wider village plan later on during the course of the presentation if that would assist. Its boundaries are demarcated by the rear gardens of existing properties on Benham Road to the east, a hedgerow beyond which lies another open field to the south. Bury Hill, which is a small country lane leading to Braddon on the western side of the site, and Blakesley Hill itself to the north, where access is proposed to be taken towards the centre of the site. The site lies outside the village confines of Greens Norton, which is donated by this dashed line that you can see running along the eastern edge of the site behind properties on Benham Road. I'm just going to bring up the indicative master plan. The proposed dwelling is fairly conventional in its nature, with this indicative layout showing how a mix of dwellings could be arranged around the site with an attenuation drainage basin and a swale at its southern end, which is also the lowest part of the site, along with appropriate amounts of open space within and around the edges of the development, which will also obviously contribute towards landscaping within the proposals. The exact mix of dwellings is yet to be finalised, but the development would be policy compliant in respect of 50% affordable housing, so around 35 dwellings in this development being affordable. The proposed access comprises a standard T priority junction onto Blakesley Hill to the north, which is considered appropriate by the local highway authority, and would be supplemented by the westwards location of the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit, which is presently around the middle of the site here. That will be located westwards to approximately the location with the junction, with Bury Hill to the west there. Members may recall that a larger development of around 130 dwellings, so double the size of this one on the site, was refused by the council twice in 2015 and 2016. That development included the field to the south with access proposed at both the north and the southern ends of the site. For context and comparative purposes, I am just showing you this drawing from those applications, but obviously we are determining this one on its own merits, just the northern parcel there. I'm now going to show you a few photos of the site and the surrounding area, just to show you how it looks currently and to assist in consideration of visual impacts. I should say these are a combination of photos taken by officers, i.e. by me, photos submitted by members of the public, images from the applicant's landscape and visual impact assessment, and also standard imagery from online Street View tools. I should also say that they're not exhaustive, but it is a selection that should hopefully illustrate the assessment that's carried out in the report. So in these first couple of photos, you can see that the site is simply an open agricultural field without much feature of note. In this second photo, you can see the existing dwellings on Benham Road. Those are the rear elevations of those properties. There are gardens between those and the application site behind the hedgerow you can see along the boundary of the site. The next photo is taken from the applicant's LVIA. It's taken from Braddon Road towards the south of the site, and this is in the field in the foreground is the lower field for the larger proposals that were previously refused. The application site we're now considering is beyond the hedgerow in the middle ground. As you can see from the red line from the LVIA, that is effectively, excuse me, the representation of the westwards expansion of Greens Norton following the development. I'm now going to show a series of photos heading in increasing distance away from the village along Blakesley Hill towards the west. This is taken from the junction with Berry Hill towards the right hand side. You can just see the start of the village proper with these dwellings on Benham Road here, and you can also see this already fairly high quality footpath running along the frontage of the site, as well as the 30-mile-an-hour speed signs there. This is taken slightly further away. Apologies, it's not of particularly good quality because it's from Street View. This is around probably 400 meters further west as you come up into the hill into Greens Norton. And you'll see on the next photo, which is of slightly better quality, the existing built form on the edge of Greens Norton with the proposed development lying beyond that hedge line you can see there. So this is the last photo I was referring to, again taken probably 200-300 meters further west still. Again, the existing edge of the village there, properties on Benham Road with the proposed development sitting behind the tree line and this telegraph pole that you can see there. I believe that's probably the actual site notice for the application, not the white blob on that pole. This photo, I've now got a series of longer distance shots just to show you the wider landscape character. This is taken through foliage, effectively to about a mile southwest of the site. And my reason for showing you this one is just once again to show you the edge that Berry Hill and Braddon Road create in the landscape currently, with the application site lying centre of shot within this parcel of land here. This photo is taken from a bridleway that runs above Blakesley Hill, looking towards the application site. Again, for reference, these are the existing dwellings on Benham Road, and the application site, again, slotting in effectively just in front of them from this slot here. Finally, this image is again from the applicant's LVIA, taken over 2 kilometers away from the south, from a right of way across the other side of the valley, such as it is. And again, this is a wider context shot. You can see the spire in the village centre there, and again a westwards expansion resulting from the development in this location here. In summary, it's acknowledged that the development will be visible from various locations around the site, but this in itself is not considered to be harmful to the character of the wider landscape. Therefore, this is why the second reason of refusal in the report refers to localised landscape harm only. The only notable matter to bring to members' attention in written updates is regarding great crested newts. And I just wanted to make you aware, it's in the updates, but the council's ecologist has agreed with the applicant's ecologist that there'll be no significant impact resulting from newts. The reason this was not resolved prior to the drafting of the report, it concerns this pond here, which you can see is located off-site, separated from it by Blakesley Hill Road. It is known to contain newts, however, the applicant had not conducted sufficient surveys to ascertain exactly how many, but given the mitigation they've proposed for construction along the frontage of this site and the generally low quality of this habitat on the site for newts from that pond, it's considered that it does not represent an overriding constraint to development. Nevertheless, the application is recommended for refusal for the reasons specified in the report. That's the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Now, anybody got a question that they'd like to ask you? Yes, Councillor Hollowell.
Thank you, Chairman. Samuel, this is a very good report, very impressive, and I agree with your conclusions. But there is one legal question that I want to ask you, so Matthew might want to listen into this. Samuel, in view of what you've said in 9.67, which I reckon is on or about page 237 for anybody else, particularly your third sentence, which starts such an agreement. In view of what you've said there, do you think that the third reason for refusal is fair or legal?
So could you repeat the sentence in that paragraph, Councillor?
Yeah, I'll read you the complete sentence if you like. What you've said is, such an agreement would not be prepared unless and until the council resolved to grant permission. You see what I mean? Do you see where I'm coming from? You're now
I do and I don't. That reason for refusal, members may be aware that the third reason for refusal is effectively standard, where we refuse major housing proposals. In terms of that particular sentence, I think what I'm getting at there is that it's mostly an aspect of administration. So we wouldn't enter into a legal agreement for a site that we weren't intending to grant permission for. That would be largely redundant. So that sentence perhaps doesn't give the full context, but that's what it's trying to say, that we haven't attempted to do that because we don't intend to grant permission.
Well, Matthew, your name was mentioned as the legal eagle. What do you reckon to this sentence then?
Yeah, quite frankly, it's a statement of common practice. Once you've said, yes, you're happy with something subject to a 106 agreement, then we go off and negotiate the agreement, prepare it, execute it. As soon as it's executed, then, you know, assuming planners are all quite happy with what's been executed and the planning consent is issued. It's a wholly unremarkable thing to say. And as I say, common practice.
But we've got to say it, haven't we?
Well, I don't suppose you've got to say it, because I think it to a large extent goes without saying. But the fact you are saying it, as I say.
All right. Councillor Hollowell, are you happy with this sort of?
Well, why I was concerned about it, we're saying on the one hand, we're not going to enter into an agreement because we may refuse it. And then we're saying one of the reasons for refusing it is we haven't got an agreement. It seems to me a very circular argument. And I don't know how well that would stand up at an appeal.
If I could come in.
Paul Beckington, yes. Yeah.
In a lot of these applications where we've had on the outside of villages where we're refusing because of the principle, we'll always add that reason for refusal to make it clear that the scheme is unacceptable as submitted because we haven't got a signed 106. And therefore, in order to overcome that, we quite often enter into discussions during an appeal for the 106 and the relevant infrastructure, so that if the inspector allows it, there is a 106 there that secures all necessary things, and the inspector knows, because we've refused on that ground, that needs to be in place before he or she would decide to approve it if that's what the route there was taken. So yeah, it is relevant to have it on a refusal.
Thanks very much, Paul. Thank you.
All right, well, let's park that one. I think we've dealt with that. Thank you anyway. Anybody else got a question before we go to the speakers for this? No? All right, well, we've got two speakers. We're going to hear, both recorded for us. First of all, Chris Bauer, who's chairman of Greens Norton Parish Council. So Leslie, let's hear from him, please.
Chris Bauer, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Chris Bomer. I'm chair of the Greens Norton Parish Council. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to highlight the views of the Parish Council in respect of the application for the land off Blakesley Hill. In principle, the council supports the refusal on the basis that the application is contrary to policy as it's outside the village. I could see no mitigation or benefits to the village. The report highlights specific areas, and I would like the committee to consider some additional local information. The village is on a hill with the main roads and high street falling down into the valley. This has critical impacts on development at the edge of the village, as they will always be on a hill and visible from a long distance away. I specifically therefore disagree with the report, paragraph 9.20, 9.23 and 9.24, which suggests that the visual impact will be limited. I think this is very significant, not just locally. The traffic impact is also understated. The proposal is for an increase of 10% of the village housing, and all the traffic will go through the village. This can't be understated. The committee should note that the main junction in the centre of the village, always dangerous, is now much worse than it was at the time of the previous application, as the pub has now developed its car park and the parking spaces are therefore negligible. Additional parking around the pub is much more significant, which is placed exactly on the junction. Additional local traffic will be a significant issue. The developer has also suggested support for the bus service. The committee should note that the village is currently contributing £3,000 a year to support Route 87, and that therefore a further 69,000 seems excessive for this bus service. You should note that the bus stops 3 times a day in the village, and our estimation is that about 6 people use it. I can't see this being significant. I finally note that the report suggests that the school and medical centre are near capacity. The committee should note that actually this development is quite a long way away from the school and medical centre via a dangerous road or path. My suggestion is that anyone using these facilities would drive, and that would make the traffic significantly worse. And the idea that actually this school in the village shouldn't be used for local children doesn't seem to fit with me either. I would be pleased if the committee were to confirm refusal of this application. I would be very happy to take into account any further items that the village is interested in.
Well, thank you very much. That was Chris Bomer, to get the name correct, Chairman of Greens Norton Parish Council. And our second speaker is Angela Smedley, who is the agent for the application. Angela Smedley.
Good afternoon, members. I want to break from conventional agent speeches and talk openly with you today. The Council have a growing number of appeals being lodged against them. Of course, the authority will win on some speculative, inappropriate sites, but equally may find it difficult to defend some of the refusals in more sustainable locations. By approving such developments, it will take the pressure off the smaller villages, and you will be able to defend any unsustainable proposals far more robustly. Greens Norton is one of the most sustainable settlements within South Northamptonshire, benefiting from a wide range of services and facilities commensurate with a small town, making it suitable for residential development. Yet despite all of the services that Greens Norton has, the number 87 local bus service between Northampton and Towcester could now be lost. The service is highly valued by the local community, and many residents feel they are becoming cut off from the surrounding villages and towns and are extremely concerned that the vital transport link will be ceased in its entirety. The service has already been reduced over recent years due to a lack of county council funding, and there is no further budget for this service. This has resulted in the parish council making financial contributions to help its retention. This development will make contributions to retain and increase the frequency of the service, benefiting both the existing Greens Norton community as well as other communities along the bus route, including Brackley, Silverstone, Duncote and Ascote. This is your chance to save this vital service. The fact that the rural requirement has been met should not remove the obligation to distribute growth in accordance with your settlement hierarchy. The site and development proposed is minor in scale, half that previously proposed, and is immediately adjacent to the settlement confines along the built-up Blakesley Hill. Your officers accept that the western site boundary of Berry Hill would act as a long-term defensible boundary to the settlement, and that this edge could be developed in a higher quality manner than the existing approach into the village. Development will be self-contained with only limited wider landscape harm. So with limited harm only and no statutory consultees objecting, why wouldn't you approve the proposals? The benefits are significant, contributing positively to the Council's 5-year supply, the provision of 35 affordable homes to help with the acute shortages in affordable housing across the district, retention of the much loved but threatened bus service. The new housing will also attract people at all stages of life, enhancing the demographic mix and balance of the village, sustaining and increasing its vitality and viability, as well as the ability to defend poorly located developments more robustly. There remains an opportunity for you as members to recognise the significant merits of the scheme, and I would urge you to support this proposal and grant planning permission.
Thank you. That was Angela Smedley, who's the agent for the applicant. We'll turn now to the ward member, Councillor Charles Manners. Over to you.
Chair, thank you very much. You've had a long afternoon, so I will try and be very brief. I wish to fully support the planning officer's recommendation for the refusal of this application for 69 houses. The application is vigorously opposed by the residents of Greens Norton, 43 who've registered their objections. In addition, the parish council is represented by Chris Boehmer, who you've just heard, and I fully support these. Fundamentally, the development of this scale, an additional 10% of the village housing outside the confines of Greens Norton, is contrary to the local plan. And I would urge you that this proposal does not meet the policy requirement. And I would also suggest that it's in open countryside and would have an unacceptable impact on the landscape. I would urge you to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you. That's Councillor Charles Manners, a local ward member. So we have this application in front of us. Who would like to say something about it this afternoon, or indeed this evening as we now move in? Councillor Hollowell.
I'll kick off. It's a very simple one. It's contrary to the development plan. We have our 5-year housing supply. We've got our rural housing requirement. There is no possible reason, policy reason, to disagree with the officer's recommendation. And if you want a resolution now, I'll make one.
Well, let's hang fire for a second because I don't want to stifle debate. Let's hear what Councillor Johns wants to say.
No, I do want to stifle debate and move Councillor Hollowell's proposal. I mean, the applications for this site seems to be following me to the grave. I mean, this is, as I say, I remember the previous two, and whilst this is slightly less harmful than the previous larger applications, it's still contrary to our policies, and I fully support officer's recommendation.
Councillor Paul Wiltshire.
Thank you, Chairman. I was looking at the minutes from last meeting, and we refused similar applications at Blisworth and Malswell. I see no difference to this application, and if a proposal is made by Councillor Hollowell, I will happily second it.
All right. Councillor Townsend?
Well, I rather support the chairman of Greens Norton Parish Council when he said he didn't agree with the officer's assessment of the effect it would have on the setting. It would be very limited. I think the photographs we saw, I mean, he's right. It's on a hill there, and I think it would have a detrimental effect on the setting of the village. And I just think the officers need to note that. I don't think we need to take it any further, but I rather think he had a point.
Which you've made. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Anyone else wants to say something, or can I, at the risk of stifling debate, ask for somebody to propose the recommendation? Councillor Townsend, are you going to propose it then? You have to open your microphone again, just to, no, you're not. You're off. Yeah, go on.
I propose we accept the officer's recommendation
for refusal. All right, and a seconder, Councillor Surgerson Brooke. I have seen.
I would be delighted to second that.
Thank you very much. Right, over to you, Leslie.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll start with Councillor Bignall.
For.
Councillor Breeze.
For.
Councillor Budden.
For.
Councillor Clark.
Muted.
Well, she's putting her thing. Yeah, 4, yeah.
Councillor Cooper,
4.
Councillor Dallin,
4,
Councillor Hollowell,
4,
Councillor Johns,
4,
Councillor Pritchard,
4,
Councillor Samiotis.
I think she's left the meeting.
I think she has too. Councillor Sergeson Brook,
4,
Councillor Townsend,
4,
Councillor Elaine Wiltshire,
4 refusal.
and Councillor Paul Wiltshire.
4.
That's unanimous then, Chairman. That's been refused.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, on we go. And we go sort of circular movement. We're back in Towcester for our final application. Well, it's not such an application. But anyway, let's go to Tracy Hill, who's going to talk us through this one.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep this just short and simple. This is the final allocation of some Section 106 funding that was allocated to the Bell Bulk development in Towcester. I'll share my screen with you. I'm just going to give you an idea of where the site actually is, which you probably know.
Well, we can't assume that. We can see it. Anyway.
So yeah, that's the site. It's basically allocating funding towards Tove Wetland Pocket Park, which is just at the top of Bell Bulk. And these are just some pictures of actually what's currently there. What it's looking to do is extend the wetland area and use the funding. There's a correction to the report, as members can see in the update, that there was an additional £5,000 that was coming in from the York Stone paving, where that was going to be going on the A5 to be undertaken, but the Highways England actually did that work, so Town Council didn't need to provide that. So consequently, there's an amount of 29,992 to be reallocated to the Tove Wetland Park. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed. So we'll go back to the full screen. And well, as a Towcester member, I can see this is an entirely appropriate use of deployment of the funds. So I would be very much in support of this. Councillor Johns, do you want to comment?
I concur with that. I think it would be a very sensible use of this money. I think the report sets out precisely all the main points, and I recommend to committee that we support it.
Does any member of the committee wish to say any more at this point, or shall we go to the recommendation? I think we go to the recommendation. Well, through the chair, I'll propose the recommendation, and I'll take Councillor Johns as seconding it. So Leslie, let's just run through the vote, please.
Hello. Yes, thank you. So we'll start with Councillor Bignall.
4.
Councillor Breeze.
4.
Councillor Budden.
4.
Councillor Clark.
4.
Councillor Cooper.
4.
Councillor Dallin.
4.
Councillor Hollowell.
4.
Councillor Johns.
4.
Councillor Pritchard.
4.
Councillor Sergeson Brook.
4.
Councillor Townsend.
4.
Councillor Elaine Wiltshire.
4.
And Councillor Paul Wiltshire.
4.
That's unanimous then, Chairman. That's been approved.
Work that out too. Thank you. Right. So on we go to one of the highlights of our meeting, the Appeals Progress Report. And I turn to Paul Seckington, who's the Assistant Director of Planning and Economy, to tell us all about it.
Thank you very much. And I know it's the moment you've all been waiting for all day.
Well, we've been waiting.
It's the time where you don't have to make any decisions. The decisions I'm referring to have already been made. I'll be as brief as I can. The first one is one that members have already seen before, because who determined this one? This was for conversion of a barn to 2 dwellings on the outskirts of Bugbrook, where it was recommended for approval, but members turned it down on the grounds of the effect of the proposal on the character and appearance of the area, and whether the site is an appropriate location for new housing with regard to supporting essential local services. So that it was down these two barns here, down a long track. This is the edge of Bugbrook, and this is Campion School. So this was the proposed conversion. Had create 2 dwellings, parking at the front. This is the barns, how they would look post-conversion. Minimal use of existing openings and some new openings created. This is standing at the gate from the road looking down the long track that leads to the barns at the bottom. This is another view down the track. And these are the barns in question. The inspector concluded there would only be glimpsed views of the access track from the surrounding area due to natural level changes, and the track will successfully integrate into the wider area. The committee raised concern about the infrastructure required to enable the dwellings to be sited in the location, but the inspector was not convinced there was any persuasive evidence to demonstrate that lighting or electricity infrastructure would harm the character of the area and could be addressed by conditions. He did acknowledge that despite the small number of dwellings, that residents would be able to support local services and facilities. They did make an odd comment that because of the applicant being Northampton Old Grammar School, that there could be reinvestment of monies at the school and that could support local services, albeit it's beyond the South Northants district boundary. So ended up allowing the appeal. The inspector did also had to consider a cost application because the applicant felt that because members overturned a recommendation for approval, they hadn't properly considered the application, particularly having regard to the Class Q rights where you can convert agricultural buildings to dwellings without the need for permission. But the inspector didn't allow that awards cost, felt the committee were in their rights to make a decision contrary to officers, and found that they had relevant reasoning to do so, even though he allowed the appeal.
Right, so he saw some of the committee's views then.
It wasn't erroneous. You didn't act inappropriately. You acted appropriately, and you were right to come to your conclusion, albeit the inspector didn't agree to it.
Comments, yes, Councillor Lignell.
I'd think he just got it wrong, because in the day it wasn't a conversion, it was a demolition and rebuild, because the actual buildings had no foundation and were unsustainable in their present form. But never mind, we lost, so I'm not being bitter.
As if. Right. Okay, go on to the...
Jimmy, you could say that officers were proved right, but also members were in refusal. In their right, anyway, to detract from the officer's recommendation.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. On you go then.
Can I just say something, Chair?
Oh, all right. Yes.
I mean, first of all, I don't know who Northampton Old Grammar School is. I don't know if anybody does know. But that, by the by, I think we probably shot ourselves in the foot with policy LH4, because as somebody just said, this is going to be a virtual demolition job. And I think we need to tighten up on LH4. I think it's something for Alan Munn to be looking at. That's all, Chair.
Oh, well, I'm sure the point's noted. We need to make sure our policies are watertight in that sense. Do you want to move on to the next one, Paul?
Yes, I will. This is the next one. This is Evenly Stalls in the Green, Evenly. Some people may have been there since it's been made into a nice coffee shop. Yes. The application was retrospective for the change of the colour of the windows here that are blue from white, which they were. We refused it, and obviously the applicant went to appeal. Oh, my screen's jumping around. This is a picture of the Green, and this is the coffee shop there when it had white windows. So it's part of the conservation area, and the inspector agreed that there was a pleasing coherence created around the Green of the similarity of the properties with their limestone architectural detailing and specifically white or light coloured windows and doors. Noted that whilst the applicant placed large importance on the colour of their brand identity, he considered that the colour used was a stark contrast to the surrounding colour palette, and it drew the eye and is an unduly prominent incongruous feature along the green, diminishing the prevailing sense of coherence. So dismissed the appeal. I think it's one that could have gone either way. You could have argued that it was a nice colour and it stood out in the sense that it was a different thing. It's not a residential property, it's the shop, it's the coffee shop. And it was a heritage colour that they'd used. But when you look at what's in the conservation area appraisal statement, it is quite important, the uniformity of the properties around the green. And I suppose if you allow one to do it, how could you stop others? So it was important to retain that character.
And you got any views on that one?
Yes, precisely, I would say. That's exactly why I was pleased it was turned out. I mean, if it had gone the other way, you said goodbye to that uniformity of evenly.
A good decision, although he may have argued it blended in with the colour of the wheelie bins.
Yeah, he might have done. All right, on you go then to the next one, please.
Right, moving on, 25 High Street, Dean's Hanger. This was change of use of a residential garage into a dwelling, also retrospective, which we refused under delegated powers. It's part of a building that's the back of number 25 in Dean's Hanger. And it was also part conversion of the part of that building. So they wanted to create a small living space on the ground floor with no windows and a bedroom and small shower room within the roof space of the garage. No elevational changes on the outside. There was a roof light on one side and a ground floor window to a storage area. This is it as converted. So in order to access the internal living accommodation, they have to go through that roller shutter door. This is a roof light that looks towards, I think it was 3 Boswell Lane. Yeah, 3 Boswell Lane. And this is within the garden of 25, and there's a window that faces into that garden. The inspector, we refused it on unsuitable living conditions for the occupants, the effect of the development on neighbouring properties, and also the effect of the development on highway safety. The inspector, I mean, I've got internal photos, but I didn't think it was appropriate to show those because it would be broadcast to the web. It's a very poor living environment inside, very little outlook, very tiny, cramped conditions, not hardly a kitchen in there. It's just, and the only access to provide light to the living area would be to open that roller shutter door at the front. So it was very poor standard of amenity for the people who would live in there, and also overlooking caused from that window and that roof light on the other side to neighbouring properties. And in terms of parking, you see it's just an access road here, and this would have provided parking for the dwelling, and the loss of that and provision of a dwelling within it increases the need for parking in an area that's, if you did park in front of it, you block the access road. So the inspector felt that was sufficient enough reason to refuse on that ground as well.
All right, you've got another one in Dean's Hanger.
Yes, just down the road. We've run from High Street to High View. This was for a 2-storey side extension. So this is the dwelling as it exists at the moment. It's already got an extension out the front, lean-to, as well as a large conservatory out the back. And they wanted to propose a 2-storey front side extension and a replacement wraparound at the back as well. So quite a change from the existing character. This is the house in question. There's a bit of uniformity to the street scene, simple, flat-fronted, and having a gable front projection out the front and the large bulky addition to the side. The inspector agreed with us that it wouldn't be appropriate in the street scene or in keeping with the other properties. And also this property here has windows that face towards that application site, so a 2-storey extension up to the boundary would cause harmful loss of light to that property. We did also raise concerns about parking. The inspector said it wasn't great parking, but he didn't feel there was a need to refuse it on those grounds because there was still parking available to the front, to the side, and on a street effectively. So dismissed that.
Yeah, but on the other hand, the appeal in ANO was allowed.
Yes. So here we are. So this is a double garage and equipment store, which we refused. It's a listed building on the edge of ANO. This, for context, This is, I think, it's called around town there. And this is the road down towards the station that takes you to Dennington. This is the road that takes you to sort of Banbury, well, Atterbury end of Banbury. And this is the farmhouse here. What did they want to do was put a detached garage in there. We refused it on the grounds that it would upset the form, and the creation of a courtyard here would upset the balance of the listed building and sort of dominate views. There's a range of outbuildings that already come out. That's the existing garage, and they wanted to put a new garage here, which was perpendicular to the farmhouse. We had no issue with the design itself. It was just the impact of a garage there. This is the farmhouse, very lovely it is too. So the garage was going to go in this location, and you can see some buildings around the edge that are on the road. The road sort of sweeps around this side. But the inspector felt that it was appropriate. It wasn't that harmful. Views weren't that great. It already was sort of a courtyard there, so a building there wouldn't really overly harmful in that sense, and allowed this one.
Any views on that, Councillor Townsend?
I mean, we don't want that inspector again. I mean, I am worried by this whole site, because he's put the owner has put a very sort of unrural gate at the bottom there. We will see where the entrance. It looks like a sort of grand entrance gate to somewhere, and the track doesn't lead anywhere. And I just don't know what might happen to the future of this property.
Couldn't agree with Councillor Townsend more, but it is a relief to know that officers lose appeals as well.
It's the first one this year that I think under delegated powers.
First one this year. Well, there we go. So
yeah.
Very good.
That was a very poor decision by the inspector.
Yeah,
that's a bad decision. Can I say that my recollection is that years ago this item wasn't accompanied by photos and drawings, and now they are. It makes the whole process much plainer and far more understandable for members to view. So thank you, Paul.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you indeed, Paul. So, and thank all of you. In fact, we've had quite a long afternoon and we're well into the evening. So it's now that I'm going to close the meeting at 6:53. And thank you again. We resume on January the 7th. So if I don't see you before, happy Christmas. And thank you for all of you watching us this afternoon. Hope you found it interesting, informative, even if you haven't agreed with it.